Well. The reports are already starting to circulate. People are already looking forward to 2026. It really kind of lets you know how this Super Bowl was so forgettable. That people are already talking about 2026, and they have already compiled coaches that are on the hot seat. Well, I'd already mentioned this before, and I didn't need this list to let me know this. But guess who is on the hot seat for the 2026 season? Yeah, I'm telling y'all now, the more Jerry Jones does right, the more Brian is going to be on the hot seat. And I know some say, no, there's no way he can be on the hot seat. Well, we're going to talk about that tonight. And after we're done with this show, we're going to see if you change your mind. Yeah. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Yeah. Quentin Williams dance. Let's go. It is time to talk Dallas Cowboys on a dreary Saturday afternoon. Man, I'm telling you, there is a lot, and I mean there is a lot to talk about as it applies to the Dallas Cowboys. Boy, y'all gonna love this show this evening. Let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live on a Saturday afternoon. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We got a lot more Cowboys coming up this season and the next. Now let's talk facts. Man, I got a show for y'all today. I did a video about this the other day, and I want to go back with you guys and go over it again. But Troy Aikman speaks about the Cowboys. It's only a 4-minute conversation. But when I tell you that Troy Aikman was dropping megaton bombs, you got to hear it for yourself. Next, the Pickens hate continues. The Pickens hate continues. It doesn't matter if it's nationally. It doesn't matter if it's locally. The George Pickens hate continues. Man, I'm so ready for Jerry to sign George Pickens, I don't know what to do. Also, Max Crosby speaks out. Max Crosby speaks out and is starting to talk about some of the madness, craziness that is going on around him and his trade talks. Also, new coaching hire by the Dallas Cowboys. New coaching hire. And I think this one might have caught some people off guard. He looks to be a really good coaching hire for the Dallas Cowboys. In our main story for the night, we're going to be talking about Brian Schottenheimer being on the hottest of hot seats. Oh, and man, let me tell you, y'all are going to call me a prophet before it's all over. You say, why are you still talking about Brian Flores? Oh, I got to put you in remembrance. Do y'all remember why I told you the Cowboys didn't get Brian Flores? Well, you're going to see tonight why the Cowboys didn't get Brian Flores, because it was for the exact reason that I said. Also, we're going to talk about this NFL report card thing. I have a different take on this. The NFL report cards by the NFL teams. And then we're going to have a little short news about one Jalen Tolbert. And also, I think in the beginning, I'm going to sneak in a little something about Nate Newton. I forgot to put it on the list. But this is the man. I'm telling you, the show is packed today. Troy Aikman, George Pickens hate, Crosby craziness, new coaching hire, Schotty on the hot seat, Brian Flores news, NFL report cards, Jalen Tolbert, and we even going to sneak in something about that man, Nate Newton. Let's go, Cowboys Nation. Let's get it. I'm looking forward to 2026 and seeing Quentin Williams do that dance. Also, we're going to have Quincy. I think his name is Quincy. We're going to have Quentin and Quincy. Sacking the quarterback, stopping the run. Let's go. Let's get this roll call. Let's go. JTX made, what up? He said, hey, what makes you think Schotty is on the hot seat? Oh, you're going to see what I'm telling you. If he gets fired, they will probably overhaul the defense if the new coach don't want Parker. And I don't think Jerry wants any more turnover. No. It's now or never. I'm telling you now. It's now or never for the Cowboys, and this is where Jerry is. Terry Tatum, what up? Big Mouse Dog. Dak Owens, what up? The Queen. What's up, Queen? Jeremy Betts, let's go. Dak Owens, he said, welcome to Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. Come in, hit that like button, and let your opinion be heard. Also, please keep the chat clean. Let's go. Thomas Goldring Jr., what up? Lynn from the 903. See Burleson in this thing also. What's going on, Kaylee 1989? Mr. 72 Chevelle just pulled up to the congregation. What up? Walter Miller. Azteca, what up, Azteca? It's my man, the big Rombowski. Well. The scorching summer heat is already on Schotty's seat. Yes, sir. Frank Lawrence, what up? JCT Ice, he said he could be on the hot seat because Dak can't be used as an excuse for why others aren't doing their jobs. Everyone has to perform. Jalen and Sam are worse, but everyone stepped up. Thus, they won. Yes, sir. We're going to talk about it. Brandy, appreciate that super chat. Schotty got a number one offense, revamp the defense and make it work. But we also need defensive players that will take us from 32 to maybe 20. You know what, Brandy? I think it's going to take us even higher. Let's go. Hey, Queen, I got some good info for you this evening. You're gonna be impressed. Mills 0040. He said that seat is sizzling for Schotty, and also side note Nick Sirianni and Hurts. Yeah, for real. Demetrius, what's going on? She said, what up, G? Just like you said, Crosby said that he never made that statement about him playing his last snap for the Raiders. Demetrius, I think this is all propaganda. And I think this is starting to smell similar to how it was with one Myles Garrett. I wouldn't be surprised if the Raiders extended Max Crosby after all this talk. Mr. Get Dirty, what up? Mike T, my man, what up, Mike T? Paul Whitted, Reggie TX, what up? Clifford, what up, Clifford? Lone Springfield, what up with you? What's going on? Yo, hey, Queen, I think I got that dance down, don't I? I think I got that dance down. What up, David Duval? Robin Rodriguez, what up with you? Justin Durham, Chris Dunaway, what up, Chris? All right, let's get this thing going. All right, let's get this thing going. Let's get that Quentin Williams dance in one more time. Let's go. Go. Let's go. All right, I appreciate y'all rocking with me this afternoon. All right. Man, I got a story to tell tonight. I don't know if y'all listen or watch my video, but Troy Aikman did his last show on, I think it's the Ticket. It's the Ticket. And a lot of people, when you first saw the headlines, I don't know if y'all saw the original headlines on this story, but the original headlines on this story was ridiculous. And I had to do some digging on this because I'm like, wait a minute. This was the original headlines. And I had to look at these headlines and I'm like, wait a minute. Did Troy Aikman actually say he didn't have any more confidence in Dak Prescott? Kippy! What up, Kippy? Reggie TX, absolute facts. They did the same thing with Dion for the head coach spot. Then he signed an extension with Colorado. Exactly. And I'm telling you, once I looked at Max Crosby's contract, this all sounds like a ploy to me to pressure the Raiders on extending Max Crosby to assure that he's going to be in Las Vegas for the next 3 to 4 years, because the Las Vegas Raiders are on their way to a rebuild. And so the big question for the Raiders is Max Crosby going to be a part of the rebuild? So it seems like to me that some of this is kind of like propaganda, so that somewhere in here, I would not be surprised if Max Crosby got extended. Because I'm telling you right now, if you think we're hearing a lot of talking now, you watch what I tell you. Next season, oh no. Next season will be the holdout. I promise you Max Crosby won't play on $29 million. I promise you. I promise you Max Crosby, I'll be shocked if he plays on that last year of that deal. I'll be shocked. And if he does, I won't be surprised if there's some phantom injury. Man, Crosby ain't playing on no $29 million deal. Sounds like a ploy to me. But again, when you first read this headline, and the other story was similar, the headline was the same. It says that Dak Prescott retains confidence of Jerry Jones, but loses important backer, which may cause him to doubt himself. And I'm like, wait a minute. All I've heard Troy Aikman talk about is how the Cowboys are failing one Rain Dakota Prescott. That's all I've heard. But then I see this article, and then there was another article that had a similar headline, and it was saying the same thing. It was basically saying that Troy Aikman, here it is again, Dak Prescott loses Cowboys legend Troy Aikman's vote of confidence despite MVP-worthy season. I didn't hear that. That actually isn't what I heard. I didn't hear Troy Aikman not giving Dak Prescott a vote of confidence. That's not what I heard. And so what we're going to do, in case you hadn't seen my video, we're going to listen to one Troy Aikman. Dave Moore, he asked a question. He said, gee, why you always hating on Schotty? How am I hating on Schotty? Because I'm telling you that Schotty is going to be on the hot seat. Dave Moore, this is a different Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones is not giving Brian Schottenheimer 4 years. I promise you. He won't give Brian Schottenheimer 4 years to build this team. He will not do it. Jerry don't even know if he has 4 years, man. I'm telling you. Jerry is trying to get this Super Bowl before he either gets out of here or he's out of his mind. But I'm not hating on Brian Schottenheimer, because I've been saying I was saying before anybody else said it. I've been riding, and I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer till the wheels fall off. So let's be careful with selective hearing. I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer till the wheels fall off. But what I am telling you is I don't believe Brian Schottenheimer is a good play caller. I think he would be a better coach that didn't call plays. But for him to be the play caller and for him to be the head coach, if you don't think that puts him on the hot seat, not only does that put him on the hot seat for being the play caller and the head coach, because if the offense is bad, who does he get to blame? If the offense doesn't score enough points, who does he get to blame? If the play calling is bad, who does he get to blame? This is the same thing that got Mike McCarthy put on the hot seat. See, when you're the play caller and the head coach, you're on the hot seat. And that's what put Mike McCarthy on the hot seat. Not only is that going to put him on the hot seat, what else is going to put him on the hot seat is that Jerry is giving Brian Schottenheimer everything he wants. And he's not doing that to sabotage Brian Schottenheimer. Jerry is doing it because he believes in Brian Schottenheimer. And Jerry wants Brian Schottenheimer to pay dividends. That's not hating on Brian Schottenheimer. But what I'm telling you, it's simple. When someone gives you everything you ask for to win, are you not on the hot seat? You're on the hot seat. And I'll give you one even better. I'll give you one even better. So, Dave, if you think I'm hating on Brian Schottenheimer, when we listen to Troy Aikman, I want you to tell me, what do you take? What do you take from what Troy Aikman says about Brian Schottenheimer? Because I'm going to tell you right now, I could be overreacting. Y'all tell me what y'all think as we listen to this. But I'm telling you, when you listen to Troy Aikman, I think he's saying something. I really do. I think he's saying something if you pay attention. Even as it pertains to Dak Prescott and other things about this team. I'm telling you, Troy Aikman is saying something. Let's check out Troy Aikman and see what he says here about Dak Prescott. Let's see. It's only about a 4-minute conversation on the Cowboys. Let's see.
I don't think it would have mattered who was playing quarterback in that game. I think the results were going to be what they were.
And I don't think we're done with New England or Seattle. Doesn't it feel like both of these teams are really well positioned with their quarterbacks, with their salary cap situation, with a lot of young players, and those two defenses and coaches to be factors for a while?
Yeah, it's interesting, Craig. You know, I think that's how we kind of feel after every game in the Super Bowl. That it's hard to imagine that the team that won not stringing along 2 or 3 more Super Bowls or seasons like that, and creating a dynasty. And a lot of times the same is true for whoever loses that game. As you know, you just never know. You don't know what might happen. You know, that's what you deal with, more money than anybody next year.
And as the Cowboys go into the offseason, Brian Schottenheimer talked a lot about changing the culture here in Dallas, and it looks like he took some.
Okay, now I want some of y'all to listen real close. I appreciate your comments. The official brand says, ain't no hot seat in year 2. Yes, it is. The official brand, it's a hot seat. You want to know why it's a hot seat official brand? Because of Mike McDaniel. That's why it's a hot seat. It's a hot seat because of the coach for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That's why it's a hot seat. You want me to give you another reason why the official brand, why it's a hot seat? Ben Johnson. That's why it's a hot seat. Brian Schottenheimer's seat. It's sizzling right now. Because the expectation, and Sweet Science says something here that is what Jerry Jones is thinking, I believe. Sweet Science says, why should it even take that long? The core is established and team mostly built. Mike McDaniel went to the Seattle Seahawks, and in season number 2, with Sam Darnold being on that team for 1 season, with Jackson Smith and Jigba just now coming into his own, Mike McDaniel, or Mike McDonald, which one is it? The coach for the Seattle Seahawks. They won the Super Bowl. It's what happens around you that puts the pressure on you. Jerry Jones has expectations for Brian Schottenheimer. And I'm telling you now, he won't see year 4. He won't see year 4 if this year isn't at least second round to NFC Championship game. Year 3, it'll be the final year, I promise you. He better win within the next 2 seasons. I'm telling you, that seat is hot. And Jerry's already said it. Jerry said he was disappointed last year in the Dallas Cowboys offense. Jerry said they did some things right, but Jerry also said he felt like they underperformed. Because when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, they did underperform. How do you only score 1 touchdown against the Arizona Cardinals? Man, y'all better start listening. And this isn't just about Brian Schottenheimer. This is putting other coaches on the hot seat. It's not just Brian Schottenheimer. This is not a Brian Schottenheimer issue. He's just a part of it. It is the pressure of what's happening in this league that puts pressure on any of these coaches. So any brand new coach right now, the NFL just hired, 10 new coaches. The hot seat will be on all of them. That the expectation is by year 3, if they're not knocking on the door of that Super Bowl, they probably will not see the end of those contracts. Bottom line. Why? Because that's the trend. That's the trend. It's just like Dak Prescott. Why do people put Dak Prescott on the hot seat? People talk about Dak Prescott. Why? Sam Darnold won a Super Bowl with the Seattle Seahawks. People don't care if he had the number 1 overall scoring defense. They don't care about the personnel. They don't care about any of those things. The only thing you see in bold letters is Sam Darnold wins a Super Bowl before Dak Prescott. Drake May, same amount of playoff wins as Dak Prescott. Drake May already in the Super Bowl. Why is that pressure? Because those are the expectations for everyone else. And it's not just Dak Prescott. They're already saying Drake May, Sam Darnold got to a Super Bowl before Josh Allen, got there before Lamar Jackson, got there before, and Joe Burrow's already been to one, but got there before a lot of these big-time, big-paid quarterbacks. Even though now Sam Darnold is about to be one of those big-time quarterbacks because now they're talking about breaking the bank on Sam Darnold, and he's about to be a $57 million quarterback. What's happening in the league is what puts people on the hot seat. It's not just the fact that he's Brian Schottenheimer and anybody's picking on him. You got to understand, he already had a top 3 quarterback in Dak Prescott, top 3 wide receiver in CeeDee Lamb, top 3 wide receiver in George Pickens, or top 5 CeeDee and George Pickens. Argue any way you want to. Got a decent offensive line. Javonte Williams comes in and runs his butt off. When you look at the Cowboys offensively, Jake Ferguson, Ryan Flanoy, when you look at the weapons, Kevontae Turpin, there is a lot of the core team that the Seattle Seahawks, the Cowboys are still better than the Seahawks offensively. They're not better defensively. But when Jerry goes and gets this defense, in which you've seen where Christian Parker has already put together a great staff, that when the players get here, and Jerry's going to get him the players, because they believe half the players are already here, whether anybody accepts it. They believe that half the players are here. On defense, Quinnen, Kenny, Osa, Ezraku, Demarion Overshown, Savon Revel Jr. That is 6 players that the Cowboys feel like these are foundational players. So now we need to go out and get 5 more players to make this defense a great to elite defense. Yeah, that puts you on the hot seat when somebody gets you everything you need, and now it is the expectation that you go out and perform. Now, the way you get yourself out that hot seat is you perform. That's how you get yourself off that hot seat. You perform. There is a lot of expectations on Brian because Brian already has a lot of pieces in place that Mike McDonald didn't get until his 2nd season. Yeah, he's on the hot seat whether anybody likes it or not. If this team comes out and only wins 7 games again, so you telling me that he's not on the hot seat? Shoot, he's on the hottest of hot seats. He's on the hottest of hot seats. No doubt about it. Now, I'm going to come back to your comments. Listen to what Troy Aikman says. Check this out.
Steps towards doing that. But what do you see for them and all the work they need to do on the defensive side of the ball? Jerry says he's willing to, as he said, bust the budget in free agency. What do you think is going to happen with this team in the offseason?
Yeah,
I want you to listen to Troy Aikman's tone of voice. Troy is just, even with his opening, like, yeah, what do you think that means?
I mean, who knows? It seems every year there's a different storyline as to why or how this team is going to be playing in the Super Bowl. You know, I just want to see it.
Okay, y'all do know what Troy Aikman just said, right? Troy Aikman said talk is cheap. Troy just said talk is cheap. Y'all do realize that Troy Aikman, and I know why Troy Aikman is talking like this. Troy Aikman is not only an ex-Hall of Fame, Super Bowl, Dallas Cowboy winning quarterback, he's also a fan of the Dallas Cowboys. I want y'all to understand something. If y'all think it stings and hurts us, as in what we've seen, how bad do you think it hurts Troy Aikman? I'm gonna let y'all into the psyche of Troy Aikman that no one is. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go out on a limb. I guarantee you haven't heard this anywhere else. You want to know why 31 years of failure hurts Troy Aikman more than it hurts us? Because Troy Aikman saw when the failure came in, and Troy Aikman is saying it hasn't left. Do we not realize that Troy Aikman was here when Jerry Jones implemented the country club atmosphere into the Dallas Cowboys? Troy Aikman was here. And it hurts Troy Aikman because Troy Aikman is saying, I continue to see that same Jerry Jones, who in the Netflix documentary fires, or he didn't fire, he didn't extend Jimmy, comes out the next season with Barry Switzer out there in tennis shoes, calf-high socks, shorts, and a doggone polo shirt and a hat, hands on his knees coaching. I would have never believed it had I not saw it on the Netflix special. Troy was rubbed the wrong way his last 5 seasons with the Dallas Cowboys. Troy saw this up close and personal. Troy's last 5 seasons with the Cowboys were a part of what we're watching. And what you're hearing from Troy Aikman is pure hurt. This is what you're hearing from Troy Aikman. I'm hearing not just an analyst talk. I'm hearing a Dallas Cowboy fan talk. And I'm listening to the hurt in Troy Aikman's voice. I had to listen to this a couple of times because, David, I'm feeling like you when I first heard this, because you're saying I'm hating on Brian Schottenheimer. When I first heard this, in my own mind, I said, Troy Aikman's hating on the Dallas Cowboys. But then I had to take my feelings and emotions out and I listened to it again. And you know what? Troy Aikman isn't hating on the Dallas Cowboys. I can give you right now, off the top of the dome, I can give you at least 3 to 4 reasons why I believe, and I've been saying since I started this channel, I believe the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl in 2026, no later than 2027. I can give you 4 or 5 reasons off the dome. You know what Troy Aikman is saying to me? I've heard that for 31 years, and nothing's changed. Is that hate? Or is that Troy Aikman just saying what he's seen? I just think Troy Aikman is saying what he's seen. And I think he's saying what he's seen. And you can hear the same hurt in Troy Aikman's voice that you hear in our voice sometimes. That the tone of our voice when we went to Detroit after having an incredible 3-game winning streak. We get 10 days off. We go to Detroit. And then we get out physicaled. Then we come home. And we still got a chance. And then we let J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings out physical us again. Get out game planned. Get out coached. That same hurt that we had in our voices after that game, I want y'all to understand, Troy Aikman just watched the same Super Bowl that we watched. And I can tell you, just as a Cowboy, not even as a Cowboys fan, I looked at that Super Bowl, and y'all have already heard me say this. That was not the best product the NFL had. It was not the best product. It was a terrible Super Bowl. And to look at a Super Bowl and to know you got a quarterback, to know you got an offense that's better than what you saw out there, and for them to win the Super Bowl. I can understand Troy Aikman's entire tone of voice. I think he's talking from a real place, but I also think he's talking from a hurt place. I mean, you can literally hear the skepticism in Troy Aikman's voice. Let me let you hear it again. I mean, this is pure hate. This isn't hate. This is real. This is hurt. And it's skepticism based off what he's seen. Listen to it again.
As to why or how this team is going to be playing in the Super Bowl, I just want to see it. I just want to see it. I mean, we've been talking about it for a long, long time as to, what's going to happen, what's not going to happen, how this year is going to be different.
I want to see what y'all saying. This isn't, see, if you listen to things the wrong way, you will think that somebody is hating. When I listened to Troy Aikman in this thing the first time, I said, Troy is hating. But then as I listened to it again, I was like, he's keeping it real. Whether I like it or not, he's keeping it real. Rolando says, let's talk Cowboys. How the defense coordinator that's never coached a game shot. He has one more year. Oh, I agree with you. That don't mean he's not going to be on the hot seat. That hot seat gets turned up to 1,000 if there's another 8-game winning season. And I'm going to tell you this, Rolando. Don't fool yourself with this part. Rolando, let me tell you something. Don't fool yourself. You actually think Jerry Jones is hiring Christian Parker to have another Matt Eberflus system, another Matt Eberflus season? Please don't fool yourself. Please do not fool yourself. Because I'm going to tell you what my interview would have been with any defensive coordinator that walked into that office for an interview, Roland, and I'm not mad at you, I'm just telling you. If I'm interviewing you for my team with a number one offense, you know what my question is for you? What are you going to do this year? I'm not asking you, how long will it take you to turn the defense around? And if I ask you, I'm not expecting you to tell me 2 years. Because if you're telling me it's going to take you 2 years to turn around the defense, then we wasted our time and we might as well kept Matt Eberflus. Do we realize that whoever the defensive coordinator would have been that we hired, the expectation isn't 2 years? The expectation is this year. That's the expectation. I don't care nothing about 2 years. I don't care nothing about that you haven't coached before. I don't care. And I'm telling you, that's my attitude. And I'm sure this is Jerry Jones' attitude. I don't care that you've never coached before. I'm hiring you to do it right now. I don't know what anybody thinks this is. They did not hire Christian Parker for him to be better in 2027. If that's what you're thinking, no. I'm telling you right now, no. They hired Christian Parker to be better right now. So what's the expectation for Christian Parker? What is it? Oh, okay, Matt Eberflus was last year. What were we expecting? 29, 28? I promise you, I'm not hiring you to be at number 25. And we can love it, like it, or hate it. But I got visions of sugar plums dancing in my head. Nah, bruh. I want to know what you can do right now to where you can get this defense mid-pack and by the end of the season, somewhere around top 10. Because we got a top 3 offense. I want to know what you're going to do to win right now. Man, if y'all thinking Christian Parker is a 2-year experiment, I don't know what else to tell you. I don't know what else to tell you. Because I don't believe that to be true. They want Christian Parker to hit the ground running right now. And I'm going to give you the next part of the story, Dave. Watch this, Dave Moore. And they want Brian Schottenheimer. They want him to take up the slack until Christian Parker gets this defense to where they want it this year. Christian Parker ain't no 2-year issue. Dave Moore, I want you to hear what you're saying, Dave Moore. And I appreciate you. I got a lot of respect for all my people in the chat. And I'm saying this with all due respect, so don't take this in the wrong way. Do you hear what you're saying, Dave? You said Schotty will grow as a play caller. So you got a 52-year-old coach. And you're telling me that the expectation is that he will grow as a play caller. Well, then now I want you to answer me this question if you can, Dave Moore. So what does that mean for Ben Johnson? What does that mean for Ben Johnson? So you're telling me a coach with less experience than Brian Schottenheimer in his first season ran circles with lesser talent. As a play caller, he's already better. I expect that kind of conversation, Dave, from somebody who hasn't been coaching long. Man, let's stop playing. Brian Schottenheimer is a 20-plus year coach in this league. Let's stop pretending like he's never called plays before. Let's stop pretending. And I'm telling you right now, Jerry ain't thinking like this. Jerry Jones, and I'm glad that he is, he's got a sense of urgency. Follow me on this, Dave. Why do you think Jerry said? I'm telling you what Jerry said. Jerry said that Brian Schottenheimer would never be the coach, the head coach here, if he wasn't going to be the play caller. So now I'm going to ask you the same question, or I'm going to ask you again, because you just said that Jerry expects him to grow as a play caller. No, I don't think Jerry expected him to grow as a play caller. Jerry says that Brian Schottenheimer is a great play caller, and that's why he hired him. No, you don't get that. You don't get that. Brian Schottenheimer is being graded on a higher curve, Dave. Brian's being graded on a higher curve. Brian this year was not a great, he was an up and down play caller. He got out-coached numerous times. He said it himself. I'm not saying it, he said it. I'm saying it and he said it. He got out-coached. Very predictable play calling. Brian Schottenheimer was successful because of the skill of the players more than his play calling. Man, I could give Ben Johnson Dak Prescott. Ben Johnson this year with Dak Prescott goes to the Super Bowl this year. This year. Give Ben Johnson, Dak Prescott, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, Ryan Flanoy, Javonte Williams, Kevontae Turpin. Give Ben Johnson those players. Ben Johnson would have wrecked this league. Ben Johnson would have wrecked this league with our offense. Ben Johnson would have wrecked the league with our offense and wouldn't have put up with Matt Eberflus. I guarantee you Ben Johnson would have fought Matt Eberflus tooth and nail. But all I'm telling you is, this isn't Jerry's mentality. I don't know what we're thinking. This isn't 70-year-old Jerry Jones. This isn't 70-year-old Jerry Jones. Man, we talking about Jerry Jones who don't know. Jerry understands. He got more yesterdays than tomorrows. Jerry has got a sense of urgency right now. Jerry knows he needs to win right now. Jerry ain't trying to do no 4 years. I'm telling you now, Brian's got to get it this year. It can't be another 7-win, 8-win season. I'm telling you now, let Brian have another 7 or 8-win season. And this is why I'm telling you, Brian's going to be on the hot seat until Brian's not on the hot seat. Because Brian Schottenheimer, I'm telling you what Brian said. At the end of the day, we are judged off winning and losing. You didn't have a winning season. So we're actually thinking that Jerry's going to be satisfied with another losing season. All I'm telling you is Brian is on the hot seat until he's not on the hot seat. The only one that can get Brian off that hot seat is going to be Brian. Am I optimistic? Yeah, I'm optimistic. Because he got Dak Prescott. Am I optimistic? Yeah, they got Christian Parker. And he's put together a great staff. Am I optimistic? Yes, because Jerry Jones has a sense of urgency. I believe Jerry is going to tear up free agency. I believe Jerry is going to tear up free agency. I believe Jerry Jones is going to go into the draft. He's going to wheel and deal on those number 12 and that number 20 pick. Jerry Jones is going to get more picks, and they're going to put together a surefire list of players. But Troy Aikman is talking to me. He's talking to you, Dave. Troy Aikman's talking to me. He's talking to you. He's talking to Brian Schottenheimer and any other Dallas Cowboy fan or content creator or media member who are saying that the Dallas Cowboys are going to do a 180 and they're going to be in the Super Bowl this year. Troy is already saying, Dave, if you're not paying attention, I want to see it. That's all he's saying. I want to see it, and I want to see it right now. I want to see it right now. I'm telling any of us, if y'all think Jerry Jones has aspirations of, if we can just be 2 games better than last year, man, if y'all think that's Jerry's aspirations, ain't no way. Ain't no way. That is not where Jerry Jones is. I promise you that's not where he is. No. Jerry is expecting to win right now. Demetrius said, we aren't here to listen to the same old quotes about Jerry is the problem. The team needs to raise above that barrier. Sometimes you just have to take matters into your own hands. Demetrius, listen to this next point that Troy Aikman made. I don't know if y'all heard this. Listen to his next point.
I think Brian Schottenheimer's a good coach. As far as changing the culture, I don't know that happened. I don't know that it didn't happen. I just don't know. How do you know if you're?
Man, y'all better read between the lines on this. He said And I quote, Brian Schottenheimer is a good coach. He didn't say he was a great coach. He said he was a good coach. Watch this. Did he change the culture? What? Did he change the culture? Did he? Man, y'all better listen. And I had to listen to this again and again. Troy is speaking from a perspective, and I had to really get into the mind of Troy Aikman, as in, why would I be talking like this as Troy Aikman? None of us better ever forget it. Jimmy Johnson molded the mentality of this man. He was with Jimmy Johnson for 5 years. He got threatened by Jimmy Johnson. He got pushed by Jimmy Johnson. He got encouraged by Jimmy Johnson. This man's mentality is in the mindset of how it was with Jimmy. Jimmy's a great coach. At this point in time, Brian's a good coach. Did Brian Schottenheimer handle the Marshawn Kneeland thing good? Yeah. I'm just keeping it real. I didn't hire Brian Schottenheimer to be my therapist. It's not what Jerry hired him for. Do I appreciate how he handled it? Yes. Do I think many people could have handled it as good as he did? At least I want to assume no. Is Brian a good communicator? Oh, he's a great talker. He's always got all the right answers. He wants to hold people accountable for the most part. But did he change the culture? Ping pong tables in the locker room. Compete every day. I mean, we hear the mantra. We saw the sweatshirts. We heard the Brian Schottenheimer cursing, and we saw a lot of things. How many more wins did it equate to? We were a wreck last year. How many more wins? While I believe he helped them to be able to handle the Marshawn Kneeland stuff, I think he did a very good job of creating a family atmosphere and blah, blah, blah. All that's good. You think that was Jimmy Johnson's focus? Year 2 is going to tell me a lot about Brian Schottenheimer. Because Jerry Jones is going to let him, I'm telling y'all, Jerry is going to let him put his imprint on this team even more. And I'm telling you right now, it's put up a shut up time. I'm not giving a 52, 53-year-old coach 25 years in the business the same leeway I'm giving Mike McDonald, 37, 38 years old, second-year head coach. It's not the same. It's not the same. No, I actually expect more from you. And I'm telling y'all this. We're going to find out this season. Is Brian Schottenheimer a dog trainer? Or is he a therapist? Because Jimmy didn't care nothing about your therapy. I'm just telling you. Jimmy didn't care nothing about your mental health. Winning. This is why I say it's hard trying to compare people to Jimmy, because Jimmy was not from this planet. When a man divorces his wife, and moves into the Dallas Cowboys facility, eats, drinks, breathes football. Man, this is where Troy is talking from. And this is why I had to check myself. Because I'm a glass half full guy. I'm a glass half full. I believe more can be poured into that glass. Troy lived this. And as much as I don't like sometimes some of the stuff that Troy says, Troy's lived this. Troy understands what Jerry did when he didn't extend Jimmy. And he still sees the same residue from the Barry Switzer, Jerry Jones takeover. He's still seeing it. And don't think Troy hasn't been guilty of being optimistic and saying and thinking that this may be the Cowboys' year. Troy's been here too. Troy is just to the point, especially after watching this terrible Super Bowl. Man, talk is cheap. I want to see it. Troy's saying, I want to see it. And that's why I think it is so powerful. What did he say about Brian Schottenheimer? He's a good coach. Did he change the culture? I don't know. I'm not in the building. Every man has his own method of madness. I can tell you this. Jimmy didn't care nothing about no ping pong tables and basketball goals and compete every day. No, Jimmy said on the field. That's why I want to see the competition. On the field. I want to see it in practice. I want to see it on the field. Care nothing about no. Hey, and I'm not knocking. Brian's got his own methods of madness. But all I'm telling you is where Troy is talking from. Jimmy didn't make you feel good. Jimmy made you good. Those are two different things. Making you feel good and making you good, those are two different things. I don't care about your feelings. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl. You either have the mentality to be here or you don't. That's all I'm telling you. And we're going to find out this year. This is Brian's year. This year and the year after. You're either going to show us you're a therapist and a big-time talker with all the answers, or you're going to show us you're a dog trainer. I'm optimistic. I can give y'all 20 different reasons of why I believe that Brian Schottenheimer is this great coach, and he's going to do this and he's going to do that. And all Troy Aikman is saying is, I've heard this same song and dance before. I heard it with Bill Parcells. I heard it with Jason Garrett. I heard it with Mike McCarthy. Some of us may take what Troy Aikman and I'm saying is hate. All I'm telling you is Troy's talking from a different position. He lived this. He lived the last 6 years of his career losing because of this country club atmosphere. Troy's saying, I'm not in the building. I need to see what the mentality of the players is. I need to see what's going on. How do they feel about winning and what are they doing about it? We can call it hate all we want to. I just think Troy's speaking from a different position.
You're not in the building.
Right.
So the results are the results. And if you don't make the playoffs, it wasn't a very good year, whether your culture is good or not good.
I'm just telling you. I really believe Troy just made a powerful point. You know how I know your culture is good? You're winning. Bottom line, you're winning. And I'm not comparing Brian to Jimmy from this perspective. Brian had way more things in place than what Jimmy had in place when he got here. Jimmy pretty much had to turn over an entire team almost. Brian isn't having to turn over the entire team. Brian is coming in almost with a ready-made team. I mean, what did he really do personnel-wise? Offensively, Javonte Williams, Ty Booker, Jerry and him both wanted George. But in the grand scheme of things, you had the one thing that you didn't have to worry about. You had a seasoned veteran top 5 quarterback in Dak Prescott, who we have seen win 12 games or more under 3 different regimes. We've seen him do it under Jason Garrett. We saw him do it under Kellen Moore. We saw him do it under Mike McCarthy. Why is this season? Why would anybody think this season was a surprise? I didn't. I saw a more mentally strong Dak Prescott, but talent-wise, I didn't see a whole lot different. Dak is an incredible quarterback, and people just don't give him credit for it.
Better, whatever happened, it wasn't enough. So, this is another year in a long list of years where they've got their work cut out for them, and see what it looks like. But the disappointment.
Hold on, are you hearing Troy? Troy is saying a lot in this conversation. Troy's talking to me. I believe he's talking to me. He's talking to people like me. It's not going to stop me from looking at the Dallas Cowboys from a glass half full position. It's not going to stop me from looking at the Dallas Cowboys as I'm believing that they're going to win the Super Bowl this year or no later than 2027. That's not going to necessarily change my position. But do you hear what Troy just said to all of us? We can take it any kind of way that we want to. We can take it any kind of way that we want to. But did you hear what Troy just said? Troy said we got an uphill battle. Because Troy is understanding what we are looking at. I can rattle off to you what the Cowboys need to do. All of us can. Yeah, they need an edge rusher. They need a linebacker. They need a safety. They need a corner. We can rattle this stuff off. But they also got to come in and perform. Do I believe we got the right coaches? I do. I believe that. But you know what Troy's telling me? Show me. Troy's saying I got to see it. Because Troy's saying I've been here before about certain teams, and they still didn't get it done for one reason or another. Man, Troy is spitting some stuff here that you really have to analyze. And I agree. Reggie TX said it just right here. Reggie is saying, hey, calm down. And I think he's also saying, show me. Show me. I'm listening to Let's Talk Cowboys. And he's getting me optimistic. He's telling me all of these things about why the Cowboys are going to do this. And it makes sense. I can get with that. But at the end of the day, you know what he's saying? As an old preacher used to tell me, when the rubber meets the road. When the rubber meets the road. There's no more excuses. When the rubber meets the road. And so Troy isn't talking like visions of sugar plums dancing in his head. Now, I think once Troy digests the rest of this season, because y'all got to realize something. I don't look at the Cowboys, and I don't think any of y'all, and I know some of y'all are some of the biggest Cowboy fans, but I had to really step back for a moment. I don't even feel about the Cowboys, I'm sure, the way Troy does. Troy's played with the Cowboys. Troy wants the Cowboys to win. And then when he sees them not win after hype and all the hype and the possibilities, Troy is talking in this interview like a hurt, tired fan. Show me. Is Brian, what do you think about Brian? He's a good coach. Did he change the culture? I don't know. Because he's saying at the end of the day, good culture or bad culture, if you didn't get the results, does it really matter? Is anybody looking at the New England Patriots in the grand scheme of things saying, hey, you know what? They got beat by the Seattle Seahawks, but they got a very good culture? Nope. The only thing people are asking is, did they win the game? Did they win or lose the game? It's the bottom line. Larry said, I don't think you'll agree with me, G, but I think we've had enough talent in our defense. If we had a better coach, we would end up a lot better than we were without question. Yeah, there's people that argue that. Yeah. Dominique said, I used to think Troy hated the Cowboys when I was younger. But getting older, I realize he's more disappointed in the Cowboys. He's not a fan of Jerry. He knows this organization needs to change. Dominique, let me tell you something. Troy never got over Barry Switzer. I'm just telling y'all now. Troy never got over Barry Switzer. Troy likes Jerry, loves Jerry, but Troy resents Jerry for that Barry Switzer move. Man, I was watching Troy Aikman. I was watching a clip of him yesterday and today. I'm thinking it was the 1994 playoffs. Troy Aikman throws 3 interceptions. And Troy is battling. Man, Troy tried his best to battle back. Him and Michael Irvin. I mean, man, I'm watching some of the throws that Troy Aikman made. I'm just wowed at some of the throws. I'm just like, wow. Troy Aikman is making some incredible throws. Troy Aikman made some bad throws too. But he never stopped battling. Never stopped battling. I mean, muddy. The field is a mess. Michael Irvin is beat up. The team is still battling. Troy never got over Jerry not extending Jimmy. Because Troy knows he could have been Tom Brady before Tom Brady. The 90s Cowboys could have been better than the Patriots. They could have been better than the Patriots. By the time Jimmy got that team together, not only could they have repeated, they could have three-peated. I believe they could have four-peated. If Jerry would have kept going with Jimmy, there is no doubt in my mind that by time Troy, Emmett, and Irvin's career was over, I'm going to go out on a limb. I believe Troy Aikman probably would have had around 6 to 7 Super Bowls. Jimmy was that good with talent acquisition, and Jimmy was that good with building a winning culture. Jimmy was a dog trainer. He understood talent acquisition. And Troy still hasn't gotten over that. I think he's forgiven Jerry, but I don't think he's forgiven Jerry. I want y'all to understand, I'm talking from, and y'all talk from a situation of, man, I've been a Cowboys fan since I was this year high, and I was this. But I can't talk about this from a perspective of Troy Aikman, who was on a team that won 3 Super Bowls that was actually good enough to win 5 or 6 Super Bowls in a row. That's a different level of hurt. I'm telling y'all, man, that's a different level of hurt. To know that you could have went down in the annals of history as literally the best team to ever play the game. I've watched a lot of football. I just don't think I've ever seen a team as good as that 92. That 92 Cowboys team, I just don't know. I just don't know if I've ever seen a better team. I can tell you I've seen a better quarterback, a better running back, a better wide receiver, a better defensive end. But what I cannot tell you, I don't think I've seen a team better than the 92 Cowboys. And if they would have kept building, I'm telling you, it was a juggernaut. It was a juggernaut. And I don't think Troy's gotten over what Jerry did. And I think where Troy is talking from, he is talking from the perspective of a player that has lived it, experienced it, on the team, loves the team. And I'm telling you, I think he's hurt. I think he's keeping it real. I think he's talking from a skeptical standpoint based on what he's seen. Not just what we've seen, but what he's seen. He was there when Jerry brought in Barry. I'm telling you. Dominique says it's going to take one more season for this defense to be Super Bowl caliber. Unless Jerry going to open up that pocketbook and really go all in. Dominique, watch this part though. But they already got the Super Bowl offense. They already have the Super Bowl offense. And that's what Jerry is looking at. They already have the Super Bowl offense. And the consensus is we could get to the Super Bowl without a number 1 defense. I want a number 1 defense. I want a number 1 defense. I don't think top 10 is good enough. I want a number 1 defense. Jerry's expecting results this year. I'm telling y'all. Jerry's expecting results. He expected them this year. Kippy said JJ is ticked off because he's the problem. He can now rectify that by signing the top free agents at the positions we desperately need and not wait for the draft, then draft best player available. Kippy, let me tell you something. I believe Jerry's going to do it. I believe Jerry's going to do it. I believe he's going to do it, and I believe he's going to move his butt out of the way. And Emmett has already said, though, contrary to what people think, Jerry has moved out of the way. That these coaches actually get a lot more leeway and have a lot more say-so in player acquisition and player personnel than we believe. So, okay, now we're going to see. Nebraska Huskers, he said the coach is bad because of Jerry, and as long as the clown owner is there, y'all ain't winning. I think we are. I think we are. I think we are, but at the end of the day, Nebraska, Troy's just saying, show me. Football fanatic. My issue with Brian, I don't think he's going to get long. I don't. He's not going to get. Dominique Pittman talked about once before. Jerry gave Jason Garrett like 9 years. Brian isn't a 9-year issue. Brian Schottenheimer isn't a 9-year. This isn't a 9-year stint for Brian. Jerry wants to win right now. Jeremy said Troy was speaking as a disappointed fan. You think Troy is not a Dallas Cowboys fan? You're crazy. All that analyst talk is out the window. That's how Troy really feels. What he said is. That's what I said too, Jeremy. Yeah, he's talking like, man, I'm telling you. What I had to go back and listen. You can hear the hurt in his voice. Hey, let me catch up on these super chats. Man, you can hear the hurt in his voice. You can. You can hear it. Quentin said, hey, I hear you, G. If you let GP walk, they will not be that much better than the Seahawks on offense. I agree. You let him walk and it could be trouble right now, yes. Hey, Quentin, let me tell you something. If the Cowboys don't sign If they do not extend GP, it's going to set us back 2 years. Star Guardian X, what's going on? He said, I'm with you and Troy. Star Guardian said, I just want to see them get there already. It is starting to get beyond tiring and disappointing. Yeah, I believe a lot of people are feeling like Troy right now. I'm going to do my best to keep everybody encouraged, but I understand how people are feeling right now. Quentin said, trying hard not to waste a lot of energy with this team because second week of March, free agency would tell me all I need to know about this team. Hey, Quentin, appreciate that super chat. And with the wait time is passing right now, it's going to be here tomorrow. Brandy says, Schotty not getting Jason Garrett treatment. Hey, Brandy, and that's what I'm saying too. He not getting Jason Garrett's treatment. He'll be lucky to get Mike McCarthy treatment. Y'all saw what happened in 2023. Jerry lost his mind after that 2023 collapse. Lost his mind. Quentin Warner said, my displeasure for Jerry was the comment regarding Jimmy, saying he could hire 500 people and take the 90s team to the Super Bowl. Hold on, Quentin Warner, watch this. But you know where Jerry missed the boat on that comment? Just like the serpent deceived Eve in the garden when he said, you shall not surely die. Well, she didn't die. But her and Adam died a spiritual death. What Jerry doesn't understand is that he could have hired 500 people to coach that 90s team because Jimmy built it. You know what I find to be funny, Quentin? He didn't say the 1988 Dallas Cowboys team. He didn't say the 1989 Dallas Cowboys team. He said the 1990s Cowboys team. Yeah, the one that Jimmy built. Jimmy built that team with the help of Jerry. But Jimmy was the driving force. Jimmy was an expert talent. He was an expert at talent acquisition. Jimmy built a team that even Barry Switzer could win just standing on the sidelines. And that's fact. Jerry was right, but Jerry was wrong. Quentin said, the problem is you can't pay everyone. If you stop paying players $92 million for 2 sacks and a few pressures, just not good. That few pressures, that's not good. Osa. That's why you find your team $31 million in the red. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this much. Miss Matrix, what's going on? I'll tell you this much. Jerry's going to have to bust the budget this year, just like he said. He's going to have to bust the budget. Jerry is going to have to do what everybody says he can't do. Jerry's going to have to sign George Pickens, keep Osa, keep Kenny, keep Quentin, and get a Max Crosby or a Trey Hendrickson or a Jalen Phillips at the same time. Jerry's going to have to do it, what everybody's saying he can't do. KC, Jerry wants it now. And I'm telling you, man, I had to listen to Troy. Troy is talking from a position of a hurt, not only Cowboys fan, but an ex-Cowboy who could have made history long before Tom Brady. Let's listen to some more of this.
And I said it before, and it goes back to your question a moment ago, Craig, that you just, Sam was healthy throughout the year. Drake May was healthy throughout the year. Dak Prescott was healthy throughout the year. That hasn't, been every year. And so when you have the type of season that Dak had and the offense had, and you fail to capitalize on it, I mean, that's a big letdown because you don't know if Dak is going to if he is going to stay healthy. It's not easy to do. And as you get older, it becomes even harder. So can he stay healthy again next year? And if he can the offense continue to play at the level that they did? I think it goes back to...
Watch this. When I first heard Troy make this statement, I was like, okay, so Troy has lost confidence in Dak Prescott, like the headline said. But when I started thinking about it, do y'all know what Troy really just said? Hey, Jerry Jones, you just wasted a season of Rain Dakota Prescott playing the best football he's ever played in his life. That's what Troy just said. Troy hasn't lost confidence in Dak Prescott. You know what else I realized about what Troy Aikman is saying? I had to pull myself back in and say, hold on a second. Let me put myself in the mind of Troy Aikman. Why would Troy Aikman say this? Because in the last few years of Troy Aikman was getting his brains beat in. Troy Aikman wins the Super Bowl in the 95 season. Only for him after that to get to the playoffs, I believe one more time, and get his brains beat in. Troy played 12 years because Troy was having head issues. Why? He was getting his brains beat in. The talent acquisition was no longer there. Injuries were starting to happen. The coaching, the level of the coaching dissipated. I think Troy Aikman is just saying something that he understands. No year is promised. No year is promised. You can be healthy this year, not the next year. Healthy 2 years, not healthy the next 2 years. Nothing is guaranteed in this life or this league. Troy wasn't saying he didn't have the confidence that Dak couldn't stay healthy. He's not saying he doesn't have the confidence that the offense can continue to do well. He's just saying something. Those things are not promised. Man, let me tell you something. When I take myself out of the mindset of Troy Aikman is hating, and I put myself in a neutral position of saying, hold on a second, let me really evaluate what Troy is saying. Troy is simply saying, no year is the same. You never know what tomorrow brings. So when you get these opportunities, when you get a Dak Prescott, who you already see is playing the best football of his life, you got to do something about it then. Right then. Right then. Let me tell you something. And we're talking real tonight. Let me give y'all hindsight. Y'all tell me where y'all are on this. Let me give y'all hindsight. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to keep it absolutely a bean. I would have fired Matt Eberflus during the season. I wouldn't have given Matt Eberflus mid-season. I would have fired him. I would have fired him. Knowing what I know now, how much worse could it have been? I would have fired him. Not even mid-season. I would have fired him around game 6 or 7 when I saw where this thing was headed. I'd have fired him then. And I'd have found me a coach. I'd have fired him then. I don't give a doggone who I got to bring in. I'd have fired him then. I absolutely would have. I'd have fired him then. When you see your offense is playing the way that it's playing, you got to do something right then. You can't let it play out for the rest of the season saying, well, we're just going to let this play out for the rest of the season. We're firing at the end of the season. Let me tell you something. The only way you get to do what Jerry did is that you're the GM and you can't be fired. Because any other GM who could be fired says, heck no, I got to do something right now. I have to do something right now because my job is on the line. But when my job is not on the line, I can waste the last 5 years of Troy Aikman's career. I can waste one of the best seasons that Dak Prescott has had. I can waste seasons. Why? I'm not going to get fired. But if I know my job is on the line, no, we got to make some changes right now. I'm telling you, man, Troy is speaking fact after fact after fact in this thing.
Hey, can't you imagine Seattle and New England continuing to have really great years? Yeah, it's hard not to, and it's hard not to imagine Dallas not playing really, really well offensively. But it's not a given. Every year is a little bit of an unknown. But they've had opportunities, this year being one of them, with him being healthy and as well as they played on the offensive side of the ball. And so they've got things that have to be addressed. It's not anything that they don't know about. And then you hope that some of the changes within the staff will maybe turn things around as well, at least on the defensive side of the ball.
Well, once again, this year is...
Man, let me tell y'all something. Troy Aikman killed it. Man, let me tell y'all something. I had to go back and I'm telling y'all, I had to get out of my... I had to step out of my emotions. I had to step out of my emotions listening to Troy Aikman. I did. I had to step out of my emotions and step into Troy Aikman's shoes. This man ain't talking he's not talking from the broadcast perspective. He's not talking from the content creator perspective. He's not talking about from the ticket podcast. He's not speaking from that perspective. Troy is speaking from the perspective of, I lived it. I lived it. And even with some of the things that people said Brian did, man, I don't think nobody understands how powerful it is. That Troy said, I saw what he did. And I still don't know if the culture has changed. And what good does it do if you're not winning? Woo! Man, woo! Boy, Troy killed it. Troy absolutely killed it. I'm telling y'all, I had to get out of my feelings. I did. Troy had me in my feelings. I had to get out of my feelings, man. Troy killed it. Dominique Pittman. Yeah, me and you agreeing on this. Jerry works out of comfort. Dominique, I preach this all the time. There is no growth in comfortability. There is no growth in comfortability, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death. There is no growth in comfortability. When Peter accompanied Jesus on the Mount of Transfiguration, Jesus turned in the light. He saw Moses, Jesus talking. Shall I build 3 tabernacles? God said, that is my son in whom I'm well pleased. Let me give you the lesson. The growth, Peter, is not at the top of the mountain. The growth is in the valleys. The growth is in the valleys, man. The growth is in the valleys. The growth is in the valleys. And the only reason, Dominique, watch this. Jerry works out of comfort. That's why there's never a sense of urgency with him. The fan base needs to speak up more and call Jerry and Steven out. Now, Dominique, watch this part. You do realize that Jerry is no longer operating from a position of comfort, right? Now, Dominique and someone else may be saying, well, he is still working from a position of comfort. He doesn't answer to anybody. Yes, he does. Mortality. Every man, woman, and child eventually answers to mortality. Jerry's a very prideful man. Jerry wants to win. Jerry doesn't want to go out losing. Jerry wants to go out like every champion goes out. They want to go out winning. Jerry wants to win, and Jerry wants to win now. Why? More yesterdays than tomorrows. The older you get, the closer you are to never waking up again. And that's facts. The older you get, the closer you are to never waking up again. And so I'm telling you right now, Jerry wants to win right now. Jerry knows he ain't got no doggone 4 or 5 more years. I mean, who knows where his mind will go in 4 or 5 more years? Jerry might be seeing the signs right now. We don't even realize. Jerry might be seeing the signs right now of, man, I ain't got long, even if I might have another 10 years in me. I ain't got enough 10 years of this. I ain't got another 10 years of this. I might not even be in my right mind in the next 5 years. No, I want to win right now. Jerry wants to win right now. And that's why I am confident that Jerry's going to do the right thing this season. But I can tell you right now, Troy Aikman's talking to me. Troy Aikman is talking to me. Troy Aikman is telling me, you can give me every reason why the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl. He's saying, all I want to say is, I want to see it. And at the end of the day, that's all we're all going to do. It don't matter what I predict. It don't matter what anyone else says. At the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road, they're either going to do it or they're not. It's the bottom line. And I'm telling y'all right now, Jerry is not operating from a position of comfort. I'm getting older. And as you get older, I'm telling you now, man, there are things that you want to accomplish. There are things you want to accomplish. And you get a sense of urgency. Let me tell you something about mortality, people. Mortality will drive you in ways that nothing can. When you see the end is getting near, man, you start trying to put your affairs in order. Jerry wants to go out as a winner. I'm telling you, he does. Dominique, I believe they're going to do it, Dominique. And me and you, I hope, man, I pray me and you are here to talk about it. I believe Jerry going to go in ways that people don't understand. Man, I think they're going to go in ways that we going to be saying they're crazy. I'm telling you. I think they're going to go in because I'm telling you, man, we don't know what's going on with Jerry. Jerry already went through one cancer scare and we didn't even know he went through it. Man, we don't know what in the world Jerry's going through this time. Ron Bowski said 51-year-old Jerry Jones, who fired Jimmy and Eve in the garden of Eden, have something in common. He said they both thought there was something better out there. Yes, sir. Deception, man. Deception. Jerry Bessie said, true, G, time is ticking. That hourglass is low on the top. That bottom is almost full. Tick tock. Yes, sir. Man, let me tell you something. Mortality will drive you in ways that no one or nothing else can. Man, mortality will drive you. And not only will it drive you, mortality will drive the people around you. When people see your time is running out, man, people around you will join in and say, we got to get him one more. We got to get him one more. We got to do this. We got to do, man, it puts people in a different mindset. But I know, I'm telling you, when I listened to Troy the second time, I said, I know where this man is talking from now. This man is talking like a fan. Troy was talking like a disappointed fan. That's what Troy was talking like. And I feel it now. I feel it. I get it. I totally get it. All right. Man, that was a great segment. Appreciate y'all comments. Best chat on YouTube. All right, let's go to this next segment. Let's go to this next segment of the George Pickens hate. This George Pickens hate is out of control. The George Pickens hate is out of control. It's just out of control. It's out of control. I don't know if I've ever seen anything like this that's going on with George Pickens. The George Pickens hate is at a fever pitch. It's at a fever pitch. So Brendan Laurie over here posted on X where Nick Harris, listen to what Nick Harris is saying that somebody said about George Pickens. I don't know if y'all have seen this. This is insanity right here. Listen to this.
Said that trading George Pickens, the biggest report that I think came out of the weekend was on Sunday when Ian Rappaport said that trading George Pickens is an option that's being weighed. And so I have a scout buddy.
Now, let me tell you what they're saying when they say it's being reported that it could be a trade. Let me tell you how silly people are. Anytime you talk about any player, I don't care who it is, anytime you're talking about a player's extension, you're talking about contracts, what makes anybody think that the word trade don't come up? What? Trade always comes up when you're talking about players. Anytime you're talking about a player that is good, talking about extensions, you are weighing out keeping him or trading him, keeping him or letting him walk into free agency. And for someone to say that it's been thrown out that the Cowboys are willing to trade or there's been trade talk about George Pickens, there's trade talk about every single player that is up for an extension. This is dumb to me. This is dumb talk to me. And the person who is saying this, I would love to, who is this person? To report something as if it's specific when it's actually generic is mad work to me. It's nasty work. They're talking, and then they made a whole story out of this. Yeah, the Cowboys can sign and trade. The Cowboys can sign and trade. Stop it. It makes no sense. It makes no sense to trade George. None. We've been begging for a second receiver in Dallas. And we're going to trade him? I'm sure the word trade came up because you're looking at every angle.
He works in the AFC. I called him and I was like, hey man, you don't know this situation at all. This is your third party lens, 10,000 foot view lens looking at this situation. What do you think the Cowboys could get in a theoretical George Pickens trade? He's like, second round pick at the best case scenario with a
I'm not buying this. Whoever Nick Harris's source is, they need to be sought out and fired from whatever team. If they're on a team, if they have anything to do with talent acquisition, they need to be fired. A second round draft pick for George Pickens. We gave up a third. Somewhere, the Pittsburgh Steelers front office is in a room somewhere screaming at the top of their lungs and cursing because they don't have George Pickens and they got DK Metcalf. And they're looking at that third-round pick talking about, this isn't enough compensation for getting rid of George Pickens. It's not enough compensation. And the Cowboys, I promise y'all, if the Cowboys were to sign and trade GP, we would, by the end of the season, we would watch George Pickens tear up another team. He would tear up the league on another team. And we would be saying, a second-round pick is not good enough compensation. There's not a wide receiver or a player in this draft that would make up for us trading George Pickens. Boy, when I heard this, I said somebody need to be put in a sane asylum. This is nasty work. So now we're on the smear. It's been like, so we got one side of the media, they're propagating George Pickens out of the stratosphere. And then we got another side that's coming in. And now they're trying to destroy George Pickens. Now, y'all ready for this part? Y'all ready for this part? Tell me y'all haven't noticed this trend. Has anybody not noticed when you look outside of the Dallas media, most of them are talking about George Pickens is somewhere between $33 and $37 million? Anybody notice this? Has anybody noticed the outside world keeps talking about GP 33, 34, 35, 37, even 40? Has anybody noticed that when Dallas media starts talking about George Pickens, how they talk George Pickens down? I've heard our local radio stations talk GP down, saying the Cowboys shouldn't extend him, saying the Cowboys should let him play 1 year on the tag. I've heard one of our trusted, famous media members. He has been saying, sign him to the tag and don't extend him. You've heard another one of these quote unquote Dallas supposedly organizations talking about signing GP. But at the same time, we would see what he is. We heard Emmitt Smith say he's not the number one. And you already know what Emmitt is saying. Sign him, but don't pay him like a number one. Has anybody not noticed that those who are closer to the organization or around this team, they are the ones who seem to talk GP down? I'm not saying anything bad about Nick Harris. All I'm telling you is this has to be one of the wildest reports. You think he's... What? Why do you think he's reporting this? Oh, the most you could get for GP is a second round. What? This is pure comedy. If you let the Dallas media, and I'm telling you, I'm not going to name names. Mose Logan, you said it, I didn't. But I can tell you've been listening. If you listen to the local media, and if Jerry Jones and the front office is listening to the local media, I promise y'all George Pickens won't be here. I promise you he won't be here. People are talking reckless about this man, and it's stupid. They're talking reckless about this man. And it makes me wonder, if people want the Cowboys to lose. I'm just telling you now. I just don't think some of these people are Cowboys fans. And I don't know. Maybe I'm just different. I don't know. I'm just going out on a limb. But if I'm going to hire you to cover the local team, well, one of the qualifications for me is, do you like the team that you're going to cover? Because I don't need you under the guise of quote unquote objectivity hating on the team every chance you get. This has to be one of the most craziest, outlandish reports. Man, I couldn't even... Man, let me tell you something. I would have reported this. I would have been laughing my butt off when...
Day 3 pick swap, but in reality, you're probably maybe looking at a third and a fourth. It's like...
You can't make this up. Dude, what? This is nasty work. I'm telling you now, this is nasty work. This is the kind of nasty work that if you got an agent with an ego and he's hearing the smear campaign of his player, this is the stuff that drives a price tag up. This is the stuff that drives a price tag up and drives a player out of your organization. Man, I'm just telling you, the Dallas media, I just don't understand a lot of it. I don't understand a lot of the Dallas media. It's bonkers to me. It's bonkers to me. They have been the main ones hating on signing George Pickens. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. I don't understand it. You would think as a Dallas media member, if you really like the team, now the Cowboys got to sign GP at almost all cost. I'm not saying we pay him $45 million, but we got to keep GP. And I'm not talking GP down. Just because he had a better season than CeeDee Lamb don't mean he's better than CeeDee Lamb. And if he was better than CeeDee Lamb, so what? We got him. We got him. To say that George Pickens is better than CeeDee Lamb doesn't diminish how great CeeDee Lamb is. It just tells you how great of two wide receivers we have. It's insane to me we're having these conversations. Even CeeDee Lamb wants George Pickens to get paid. Huh? Even CeeDee Lamb is giving Jerry Jones the okay. Pay him more than me. You know why? Because CD is comfortable in his own skin. CD understands I'm a top 3 wide receiver, and I don't care what anyone says. CD says I'm the best wide receiver in this doggone league. And he should be thinking like that because CD says, for as good as George Pickens is, if George makes more than me, guess who's going to make more than George in another year? Stupid talk. Man, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Ooh, second round, maybe a third and a fourth. What? It's just crazy talk, man. Bad said, remember when they laughed at the idea of having Pickens a part of the locker room? They talk big noise. Now they want GP3 on the squad. Exactly. It's crazy talk, man. Let me read these super chats. I appreciate y'all. Star Guardian X, he said, Jerry, get uncomfortable, sign Pickens, restructure everyone, go crazy in free agency, draft best player available, or make some trades for Crosby and Hendricks. Let's go. Star Guardian X. I believe what you just said is exactly what they're going to do in one way or another. Watch what I tell you. I'm going to create next week. We're going to start next week. Everybody's talking about the draft. We got plenty of time for the draft. No. What I want to look at is free agency. I believe free agency is going to be the key for the Cowboys. They have got to hit in free agency. They have got to, in free agency, and I'm going to keep saying it, They got to find one player they're willing to overpay for, one player they're going to pay at market value, and then you see if you can find a third player below market value. Because they're going to have to play, and I believe they're going to have to play big time in free agency. Quentin said, come on, G, you know this is white media. They hate the Cowboys. Quentin, man, I don't know if it's white media or what, but it's crazy, nasty work. Star Guardian says some of the Cowboys media is so toxic that if we win the Super Bowl, they would go on right away and start pushing the get rid of the entire team movement. Bro, this is some of the nastiest work. Just listening to this is crazy work, man.
So it's really no different than what you did a year ago. There's no trade value in this conversation. And if the word trade gets brought up at any point with George Pickens, it's got to be because it's part of the negotiation on the other side. Being like, hey, we did this with this guy last year. We could do it again. We've shown that we're willing to do so, but it's a much different situation here. The biggest report that
Man, this is some of the nastiest work. And Derek Williams, I thought about this too. Yeah, the Cowboys are known for leaking information to the media to lower his stock. Man, it seems like this is like the game that people are in on around here. I mean, this really seems to be the game that a lot of people are trying to play. Lower the value of George Pickens. But the reason why you cannot lower the value of George Pickens is because of what we saw on the field. It doesn't really matter at this point what anybody says. It really doesn't. Doesn't matter what anyone says. George Pickens did the part he was supposed to do on the field. And when you do it on the field, there's nothing nobody can do to take it away. And there was another report I had, and it looks like they got rid of it. Yeah, they got rid of this one report. But there was another one I had. Oh, no, here it is right here. Hold on. I mean, just look at this right here. So Dan Rogers, and I haven't seen the article. He said, I wrote an article explaining the details. This is Dan Rogers over on X. Look at what Dan Rogers wrote. Just look at this. This has to be one of the craziest reports I've ever seen. This is one of the craziest reports I ever seen. And I shouldn't say ever. I'm using hyperbole. Dan Rogers said, who's the better player? Max Crosby or George Pickens? Max Crosby. What? They don't even play the same position. But even as you're talking about who's the best player, I think it would have been better, as in who is the most, who maybe is the better impact player. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't believe Max Crosby is better than George Pickens. I don't believe he's better than George Pickens. I don't. They're two different positions. But when I look at the impact of both of these positions, we're saying this now because we got George Pickens. I just know what we were when we got to the playoffs without George Pickens. And had we had a wide receiver like George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, we might would have had a different conversation in 2023. But to say that Max Crosby is a better player than GP, I wouldn't even be making this comparison. I just don't think it's a good comparison. If we were talking about who's the better player between Max Crosby and Michael Parsons, I think it's maybe a better argument. But to say who's a better player between GP and Max Crosby? This is nasty work. He said who's younger? GP. Who's cheaper? How do we come to the conclusion that Max Crosby is cheaper than George Pickens? How did they come to this conclusion? Because we already know, I'm telling y'all, I will be absolutely shocked come the end of this season. We looked at this on Thursday. I will be shocked. I still don't understand why no one is talking about this. When you look at the Max Crosby contract, how is Max Crosby cheaper than GP? Somebody's got to explain to me. Max Crosby's contract is a $35.8 million cap hit in 2026. We really believe that Max Crosby is playing on $29 million in 2027 when Myles Garrett is making $40 million a season and Michael Parsons is making $40-something million per season. We really believe that Max Crosby is going to play in 2027 on $29.7 million. Man, if you believe that I got a bridge in London, I'm going to sell you. This man, Max Crosby's camp, is not stupid. I cannot believe nobody's talking about this. His last year is $29 million. I don't believe it. And I'm going by what I've seen. I'm going by the trends. I don't believe it. I don't believe he's going to play. Because I'm going to tell you this. If Max Crosby, because let's think about this, 2026. Y'all want to know what the reality is for Max Crosby? 2026 is a contract year. Yeah, I'm telling you it is. It's a contract year. Yep. 2026 for Max Crosby is a contract year. Max Crosby, if he goes out this season, 12, 13, 14 sacks, you think he playing for $29.7 million in 2027? You've lost your mind. Shoot, I guarantee you he not. He will not do it. He will not play for $35 million. He will not play. And I don't understand why nobody's talking about this. Max Crosby is actually in a contract season. Point blank in the story. Max Crosby is trying to get a contract. I believe he's trying to get a contract. He was the first one to sign those contracts of all the edge rushers. And then he signed his deal, and then everybody after him, I mean, they way jumped him. They way jumped him. All right, y'all hold on a second. Somebody's ringing my doorbell. Hold on just a second. I'll be right back. All right, so again, talking about this Max Crosby situation. Max Crosby is in contract season, y'all. I don't understand why nobody's talking about this. Max Crosby is in a contract season. Y'all tell me what y'all think. Crosby's in the contract season. He wants an extension. That seems to be what this is all about. Crosby wants an extension. And I don't understand how somebody would say, oh, well, his contract is more flexible than George Pickens. Explain to me where? Where is his contract more? Where is his contract more flexible? You got a $35 million. He got a $35 million, $35.8 million contract this season. And I guarantee you, there is going to be problems for the Max Crosby contract unless Max Crosby doesn't play well in 2026. Then he might play on $29.7 million. But I'm telling you now, it's a contract season. I'm expecting Max Crosby to go off the chain. Now, they are also saying that there's an injury with Max Crosby. He had a meniscus. I think Max Crosby had a meniscus. He had a meniscus surgery. They say it was just a mild surgery, but I don't think any surgery is necessarily mild. But he had a meniscus thing repaired. He had his meniscus repaired, and so they're saying it won't be until around draft time to where he can even pass, per se, a physical. But I'm telling you right now, Max Crosby is in a contract year. Max Crosby, I believe, is trying to get paid. That's what I believe. Because I don't believe he's playing. Man, when you see a contract like this, believe me when I tell you, when you see all of this 2028, 2029, 27 million, 28 million, that's where the team can get out of the contract. And that's where the team is going to get out of the contract. How do we know? Because this is the same place where the Cowboys got off the boat with Trayvon Diggs. It's the same place. I think he's trying to rework this contract. Because if the Raiders don't want to keep him, they can just cut him. They can cut him and save money after the 2026 season. Let him play one more season. Then in 2020, hey, this is when you start trying to save the money on Max Crosby. I'm telling you, I believe that he is in a contract issue. I think he wants to get paid. If the Raiders cut him after the 2026 season, they will have $0 dead cap, $29.7 million in cap savings. Pre-trade, zero cap, 2027, $29 million. If you don't think that contract was designed to do this very thing, I got a bridge in London I'm going to sell you. They designed the contract to do this. This is the comeback to the table in 2027. That's what this is. It's the comeback to the table. I'm telling you now. Max Crosby is in a contract season. He's in a contract season. No more, just like Trayvon Diggs, it's going to be the same thing. You got him in a situation to where, in the grand scheme of things, there's no more real guaranteed money. Cut him, be done with it. Cut him and be done with it. I think he's in a contract year. And that's why I'm saying I don't understand why they're saying his contract is more flexible than George Pickens when you haven't even seen the new contract. What? Make that make sense again? You haven't even seen the contract. This is nasty work. How do you offer better contract flexibility and you don't even have the extension? Which position is more valuable? I don't know. It could be argued that these positions are equally valuable. You want to have number one wide receivers, and you want that edge rusher. These things can be equally valuable. Which is the bigger roster need? It's the bigger roster need now because you got George Pickens. But if you get Max Crosby and you don't have George Pickens, then a number 2 wide receiver, it becomes your biggest roster need. What position is tougher to replace? Again, you could say that these are equally as hard to replace. But I got another question. How hard is it to get the opportunity to have both of these on your team? Because this is exactly how the Cowboys excelled in 1992, because they had Michael Irvin, Alvin Harper, Charles Haley. So why would I not want George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Max Crosby? Come on, man. This is crazy. And this seems to be advocation for the Cowboys. Dan Rodgers, if I'm a betting person, he's another one of the local people around the Cowboys. He's another one of the local people. I have nothing against Dan Rodgers. But this is a bad take. It's an absolutely bad take. It's comparing apples to walnuts almost. It's a very bad take. No, the Cowboys need both of these players. They need both of them. They need both of these players. They need to go rework all these deals, and they need both of these players. It's crazy to me for people to be trying to advocate either or. Man said G gonna answer the door like Bob Lowry and Marcus and Reggie standing outside. Man, my son came in and he locked the top lock on there, and that's my wife out there ringing the doorbell. It's crazy. But I'm telling you, man, this conversation is crazy with this either or talk. If I'm the Cowboys, I am not letting George Pickens go. I'm not. Brady said it's me, G. I have something to say. You talking about that's you at the door? Yeah, this is crazy talk. They don't need to pick either or. You already got GP. You already have GP. So you don't have to worry about not having Max Crosby. You already got him. You already got him. But again, man, this Max Crosby talk, this George Pickens, Max Crosby stuff, I mean, it's pure insanity to me. I don't understand the conversation. I really don't understand the conversation. The only way we don't get GP is that if GP is trying to get $43 million, okay, now we got a conversation. But I don't think it's going to be that. I think the Cowboys are going to be able to get George Pickens at a very reasonable price. And I think that reasonable price is probably going to be somewhere between $33 and $37 million. I think that's going to be the reasonable price. George has probably earned that because that's probably what he would get from another team. But as we're talking about trades and all of that stuff, nah, that stuff doesn't make sense. All right, so let's switch gears over here. The Cowboys went and hired this new defensive guy, and I don't really know enough about him. Some of y'all may know about him. I don't really watch college football on that level. But from everything that I'm understanding, the Cowboys have made a very good new defensive addition to Christian Parker's coaching staff. So let's look at this new coaching hire over here on 105.3 The Fan. So Kyle Humans, he's going to talk about some of the things the Cowboys doing, George Pickens, and also this new defensive staff. Let's check this out.
DallasCowboys.com, North Texas Mean Green legend, the one and only Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, How the hell are you, bro?
What's going on, gentlemen? How are you?
We're fantastic, man. Just having a blast. And it looks like the Cowboys, man, this defensive staff is really coming together nicely. They went ahead to SMU, our rival, and they poached their defensive coordinator. Well, what do you think about this staff that Christian Parker and Schotty are putting together?
Yeah, I really like some of the additions, and you're talking specifically about Scott Simons
Yes,
there,
sir.
the inside linebackers coach. And it's funny, I got to call a couple of the SMU games in ACC play this year. I had the one against Miami and the one against Louisville, and the most impressive elements of that SMU team this past year, and if you are a fan of the Ponies, you understand, the defense was really solid this year, and they had multiple guys on that defense that will play at the next level. I think Ahmad Moses, the safety, is a guy that I really liked, and Scott Simons had a big impact on him. He was the defensive coordinator and safeties coach, and Ahmad Moses was one of the more electrifying playmakers in the secondary in college football this past year, led the ACC in interceptions, was a game breaker, especially in that win that they had where they stormed the field against Miami.
I can tell y'all right now, the Cowboys have struggled in the secondary for the last few seasons. If you notice, all of these coaches that they've hired, they've all been good in the back end of the defense. Linebackers and defensive backs. If there is one place I believe the Cowboys are going to be insane, they're going to improve in the secondary. There is no doubt about it.
Miami. I like Jeffrey Imba as a defensive tackle up front, who's a guy who was at the Shrine Game a couple weeks ago. I mean, they had pro talent on that staff. They had pro talent at Memphis, where he was at as a linebackers coach prior to taking the DC job with Coach Lashley and company at SMU. So he's one of a number of hires on that defensive staff that I like so far, and he continues to build out a group of guys that I think fits the mold from what Dallas is looking for, which is communication, player-first mentality, and trying to fit some of the good things that they had last year. I know there weren't a ton of them, but some of the good things they took from last year and build on that with better personnel in 2026.
Kyle, do you think that pretty much does it for the defensive staff there? Is it pretty much like, all right, we're ready to rock and roll, head to Indy for the Combine?
Yeah, it's getting pretty close. I'm trying to think of anybody else they could hire.
I guess Zach Orr. Zach Orr is the name that I keep being asked about, Kyle. Do you think now that they've filled out the linebacker roles that one probably not going to happen, or still maybe some optimism?
That's probably right where they were looking at that spot regardless, right? They were looking at because Zach Orr was a linebacker back in his playing days. That's where he came up through the system in Baltimore as well. So I think unless he's open to being an assistant linebackers coach, which I don't know. He was just a defensive coordinator. I feel like that's hard-pressed for me to see him doing that. So I think I'd agree with you. I think it's probably, at this point, maybe one more assistant that's hired, but you've kind of got the framework of your staff going into next year.
What do you think about George Pickens and how this situation could play out where they're at right now? I mean, I feel like the tag was a formality, but now in terms of I know Nick Harris was talking with you guys on the draft show about if there was a trade, the value he could get. I mean, what's your pulse on the GP3 situation?
Yeah, I don't think it's been out of the ordinary from what we anticipated, right? The tag was a formality. I thought it was. I honestly chuckled when those reports started to surface the other day. Dallas is expected to tag. Well, yeah, it's part of the process here with a guy as talented as Pickens. It doesn't mean he's going to play on the tag. It doesn't mean that Dallas wants him to play on the tag. It's just a placeholder to continue negotiation, because think about it the other way. Think about it if you did not tag George Pickens and how much of a conversation that would become and how scrutinized the front office would be for not doing that. It's a smart thing to do now. Just go ahead and put it there. Make sure that he's under contract control by the Cowboys front office, at least for the 2026 season, and then try and figure out everything from there. I think Pickens' staff knows that they don't want that to ultimately be the case, but it's still a lot of money, and it's still an opportunity for him to build on what he did last year. So nothing out of the ordinary so far. I don't really have a pulse on it one way or the other, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, just because we haven't gotten to the Combine, and that's really where I think both parties have said a lot of the conversations are going to happen is whenever we get out to Indy in a couple weeks.
Kyle Yeomans, DallasCowboys.com, with us here on The Fan. Are you starting to feel some momentum? Like we've heard, Broadus has talked about it plenty. Jake Lazer's talked about it plenty. I think Nick Harris kind of feels this way. Like, I'm trying to temper expectations, but are you getting the feeling that the Cowboys are going to be a little bit more aggressive this time around when it comes to free agency?
Yeah, I do have a little bit, at least in terms of the.
Now, let's understand this part. Cowboys were actually aggressive last year versus what they had been in previous years. So they got to be more aggressive than they were last year. And this time they got to get more quality. Last year they got a lot of quantity. This year they got to get more quality. And so I think where the Cowboys made their mistake last year is that they didn't play on day one. I got my thing. I'm going to put it together. I got my little system I'm going to put together. I'm going to put together an entire roadmap leading all the way up from last year I started the road to the playoffs late. This year, I'm going to start the road to the playoffs from the moment of the beginning of this season. So it's going to be pretty exciting because I want to do it all the way from the opening of the season. We're going to be talking about the combine. We're going to be talking about the trade, the trade part. We'll be talking about the draft, OTAs, training camp. We're going to go all the way. We're going to follow this progress all the way and see where we wind up at the end. But again, the Cowboys were aggressive last year compared to what they'd been in previous years. They got their feet wet. This year, they got to play on day one. I want to see the Cowboys play on day one. I want to see, and again, we're going to listen to this interview, and then I want to run something by y'all as far as what the Cowboys should do as far as the draft and free agency, just kind of an overview of kind of talking about some of the things the Cowboys are going to do.
Conversations we had at the Senior Bowl with Will McClay, with Stephen Jones, and just in passing in the building the last couple of weeks, I could see them being more aggressive. Now, you kind of have to temper your expectations, right? I mean, you fellas know just as much as I do that saying it and doing it are two very different things when it comes to free agency and the mindset around it. But when you're this close on one side of the ball and your offense is an elite level offense, plus you look around the division, you see Philadelphia had a down year. They're going through some contract kerfuffle at the moment in their own right.
What
Then
up,
you've got
Timothy Golden?
New York, who's not necessarily there yet, but are still building in the right direction. Washington. I think this division is open for the taking as long as you can fix your defense. So if you have the money, which they have the money to clear up first, which I anticipate them to do, but then you're going to have some spending cash available to go into free agency, whether it's not just retaining George Pickens and Javonte Williams, which they've been very open in saying that they would like to do, but in adding talent to the defensive side, even before you get to a draft, that you hold 2 first-round picks there. So, yeah, I think there is a little bit of momentum. They're saying the right things. They showed at least a willingness to be a little more aggressive last year, even though it wasn't an over-the-top spending mentality. It was mostly via trade and some other roster moves. But I could see them going that direction a little bit more so this year.
All right, Kyle, let's talk some draft. I miss being with you on the draft show, but I know you guys are kicking.
I miss you too, buddy.
Kicking butt. And the stack's been fun with Brian and Aisha. So yesterday we ran through a mock situation. And I threw out to them, I was like, okay, we're on the clock. I'm watching how the board's falling. And Washington, I got some word they're about to take Caleb Downs at 7. Cleveland's on the clock at 6. And I'm looking at the trade value chart. I'm like, okay, if we call Cleveland, we package pick 12 and 20 to move up to 6, and then they kick us back pick 39 in the second round, that matches up. Would you do that if the Giants don't take Downs at 5 and he's on the board still when the Browns are on the clock? 12 and 20 to go up to 6, and then you get back 39, but you draft Caleb Downs.
This, I thought was one of the craziest, dumbest trade scenarios. Why would the Cowboys? This is leading to what I'm going to talk about after this interview. Why in the world would the Dallas Cowboys give up number 12 and number 20 to get one player? That's crazy work. That is crazy. Maybe I'm hearing this wrong. This makes no sense to me. Check this out again.
And then they kick us back, pick 10. I got some word they're about to take Caleb Downs at 7. Cleveland's on the clock at 6. And I'm looking at the trade value chart. I'm like, okay, if we call Cleveland, we package pick 12 and 20 to move up to 6, and then they kick us back, pick 39 in the second round, that matches up. Would you do that if the Giants don't take Downs at 5 and he's on the board still when the Browns are on the clock? 12 and 20 to go up to 6, and then you get back 39, but you draft Caleb Downs.
So that's interesting. My return question to you is, why would Cleveland do that?
So
what's the reasoning for Cleveland?
They would then have 3 first-round picks. They'd have 12, 20, and 24. So for them now, they've got more ammunition in the first round, and maybe there's just not maybe they want a wide receiver, and they feel like they could still get their guy at 12 and then pick up an extra 1.
You know,
do y'all know why Kyle Humans is saying, well, you know? Because it don't make no doggone sense. What? You're going to give up. Let me get this part correct. You're going to give up the number 12 pick and the number 20 pick. We're going to get a 6th round, as in Styles, and then we go all the way back in the second round to number 39. This is going to go to what I'm telling you about. That's crazy to me. So this guy is saying that Sonny Styles, the safety from Ohio State, he believes that he is the best player in this year's draft. I don't even have a problem necessarily with him saying he's the best player. That's his opinion. The problem becomes, how does one player change your team? Do we really believe that Sonny Styles is going to come in here and change the entire defense like that? I'm like Kyle Humans. Explain to me why Cleveland would do this again. Why would they have to do it? You're saying that Cleveland would get more ammunition in the first round. Well, what makes you think we don't want to keep our own first round draft picks and have more ammunition in the first round? This is one of the craziest. This doesn't make sense. Kyle Humans, I understand he's on the show. He better than me, because I wouldn't even been going, no, I'd been like, that's crazy.
I could see the thought process there, because they need multiple spots too. It's not just one place that Cleveland needs to address. I mean, they were 5-12 for a reason. I still think it's a little bit of a, even if they return back, they kick you back the second round pick, right?
Yeah.
You get to pick at 6 and 30. What is it? 36?
39.
Is that what you said? 6 and 39. I still think I would value, if it's Caleb Downs, I think I'm okay with it. If it's Caleb Downs specifically, if it's anybody else,
Caleb Downs.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm doing that deal, just because it's a little bit of an overpay, at least on my chart.
Yes.
And you're banking on him or whoever you select at 6 being so good of an addition, so good of a player that it doesn't matter what you do at the rest of your defense and whatever happens around that. So I think I would do it for Downs. If it's anybody else, I'm not even having that conversation. I'm taking 12 and 20, and I'm making sure that I have 2 legitimate top 20 first-round picks that I can put on this defense and build around, not only right now, because you need to win defensively now in order to keep up with what you're doing on offense, but it gives you something to build around and 2 cornerstones for your franchise moving forward past just the next 3 or 4 years.
Kyle Yum is down.
This is, I'm telling you now, this is why, I hope the Cowboys don't ever listen to any of this Dallas media, Harley. That is one of the craziest self-sabotage moves I've ever heard. So you're basically saying that Caleb Downs, and I know he's good, but you're saying that Caleb Downs is so good that he's going to turn your defense into a top 10 defense? And now you're going to draft at number 39? So you're telling me that there's more value in one player than there is in 2. Understand this. When we talk about the number 12 and number 20 pick, we're actually talking about 2 top 10 defensive players in the nation. Because the teams in front of us, they're going to be picking, there'll be Jeremiah Love there. There'll be a quarterback there. There's going to be a wide receiver or 2 there. We are literally going to get 2 top 10 picks defensively. 2 top 10 picks. It is crazy to me that this guy is saying, put everything. You know what's so funny, though? That's such a Dallas Cowboy move. That would be such a Dallas Cowboy move. To do exactly what this guy just said. That's a Dallas Cowboy move. That's an old school Dallas Cowboy move. Pinpoint one player, Caleb Downs, and we're going to sell the farm to get him. Heck no. Heck no. You let him fall to you. The same way you didn't go up and get Michael Parsons, the same way you didn't go up and get CeeDee Lamb, you wait and see what people do in front of you. Let him fall to you. Let him fall to you. But to bet, because basically if you do this, you're betting the whole draft on Caleb Downs. It's crazy. Let's just some more.
DallasCowboys.com with us here on the Fan. I mean, Kyle, I haven't seen Walchuk glow like this talking about a player. Like the man crush for Walchuk on Caleb Downs right now is it's really sky high. I haven't seen him love on a player like this since Spencer Sanders was playing football in high school around here.
Dan Ryan's own Spencer Sanders, baby.
So that is big because I remember the man crush on Spencer Sanders. Now that's high praise. There.
It was real.
You follow?
It's probably Cooper Beebe would be the next one. My Cooper Beebe guy, my guy, thick as a bowl of oatmeal.
So I mean,
would you say Caleb Downs was more of a man crush than Cooper Beebe?
Yeah, I mean, well, Downs. I think Downs is without question the best player in the draft to me. I mean, I think he's phenomenal. I think he can do anything you need him to do in the secondary. I'm with you. I'm not moving up for anybody outside of Downs. I mean, Arvell Reese is a guy who's got crazy potential, and I'm just playing him at edge, and that is a projection. But Downs to me, he can. I mean, he can cover tight ends one-on-one. I think he can play the nickel for you, play the slot, which Christian Parker covets, 2 high, single high. I mean, honestly, Kyle, I think that dude got bored playing in the Big Ten sometimes because they don't test him down the field.
Yeah, he's an incredible prospect. I keep hearing people talking about Kyle Hamilton, and Kyle Hamilton was my favorite safety study since you and I started doing this, close to 7 years ago now, and doing it with the draft show and having DallasCowboys.com as a platform. But, man, the Caleb Downs tape is just as good, if not better, and I think I would probably rank him above Kyle Hamilton in that class. And I agree with you. I do think he is the most versatile defensive weapon in the NFL draft this year. And it's really not particularly close, in my opinion, which is why I would even be pressed to think he makes it to 6 or 7, right?
Yeah.
I know a lot of those teams in front of Cleveland at 6, the Giants, the Titans, the Cardinals, the Jets, of course, the Raiders are probably going to take Mendoza and run at the quarterback position. But I find it hard-pressed that he makes it out of the top 5 without one of those teams saying, let's take the most versatile and electrifying defensive player in the draft, and let's figure the rest of it out elsewhere, because that's where I think things are going to get dicey with Downs. I don't think he drops. The only way he does drop is if it is a Kyle Hamilton situation and teams get worried about drafting a safety because of the position value that early in the draft. But I think Kyle Hamilton's paved the way to say, don't worry about the position value. Go get a really good football player.
Kyle Yeoman's got some big Valentine's Day plans.
Literal insanity. They didn't talk a lot about the Dallas Cowboys coaching hire, but I hear he's a very good coaching hire for the Dallas Cowboys. Let me read this super chat here. Quentin Warner has a great point again. Quentin says, geez, Styles is the linebacker. Yeah, I got it mixed up, but yeah, I meant, yeah, Caleb Downs. He said, this goes back to me saying the white media. He said there's Jerry Jones here. Yeah. Quentin, this is crazy talk. So this leads me to a question. This leads me to a question at this point in the show that I want to ask y'all. Go over here real quick. Let's kind of look at the draft order. And as a matter of fact, no, let's do something a little different. Let's go to the big board. And let's go to safety in particular. Let's go to safety. So, what is our goal? Hold on, let me read Quentin. Quentin, appreciate that super chat. He said Downs is close. Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, Downs is, yeah, he's great. Probably a generational player per se. Downs is close to the late, great Sean Taylor, but he's not Sean Taylor. Yeah, Sean Taylor was an alien. Yeah, need to check, if he was still alive, we'd have to check his DNA. Man, Sean Taylor was a different animal. Different animal altogether. Now, let me ask y'all a question. Is the goal to have the best players or the best team? Is the goal for the Dallas Cowboys to have the best players or the best team? Because some of the stuff that they're talking about, it sounds like old Dallas Cowboys thinking. Oh, get Caleb Downs. Because if you get Caleb Downs, the Dallas Cowboys fan base goes nuts because the Dallas Cowboys got the best player in the draft. Let me ask y'all again. Is that our goal? Is our goal to have the best player in the draft? Because I'm going to tell you, that's not our goal. Our goal should not be to get the best player in the draft. Because I'm telling y'all, it's not like Jerry hasn't pulled off some of these things before. Getting players like Michael Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, DeMarcus Ware. It's not like the Cowboys haven't pulled off getting some of the top players in the draft. It's not like we haven't pulled it off. That should not be the Cowboys' goal. Getting the best player in the draft. And this guy's goal seems to be to get the best player in the draft. No, It's not our goal. It's not our goal. Not for me. Our goal is not the best player. I'm not trading up for anybody. I'm not trading up for anybody from the Dallas Cowboys. There is not a player in this draft, including Caleb Downs, I'm not trading up for. I'm not trading up. I want to see who falls to me. Follow my line of thinking. Is my goal the best player, or is my goal the best team? So here becomes my question, especially for some of you college football fans. I know Caleb Downs is good, but I want y'all to look at this list. He brought up Emmanuel McNeil Warren. If you're the Dallas Cowboys, you got to ask yourself this question. If I want the best player, I'm going after Caleb Downs. If I want the best team, what I ask myself next is Emmanuel McNeil Warren. If Caleb Downs is on the sidewalk, how far down the sidewalk, or I'll put it like this. If Caleb Downs is the cliff, how far down the cliff is Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Dylan Thieneman, AJ Halsey, and Kamari Ramsey? I'm just going top 5 safeties in the country right now, at least according to this big board. Caleb Downs, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Dylan Thieneman, AJ Halsey, Kamari Ramsey. Now, I had this same conversation last year. If I'm looking at acquiring talent, I want to know, okay, who's the best player? But I also want to know this. What's the drop-off? What is my drop-off from the best player at that position to the second player, to the third player, to the fourth player, to the fifth player? That's what I want to know. What's the drop-off? So if I'm going in here, why would I trade up to get Caleb Downs if Emmanuel McNeil Warren can also fit on my team and make my team that much better, and I don't have to give up a 12 and a 20th pick? Let me give you another example of what I'm talking about. So let's look at the draft, look at the mock draft. I'm going to show you where I would be working if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. So as far as I can see, I don't see the McNeil Warren kid even in the first round. I don't even see him in the first round. Let's not forget, the Cowboys are not only drafting at number 12 and 20, but they will be right back around at the top of each. They'll be back around, or they can get back around if they play their cards right. They can actually get back around and get back into this second and third round. And if I'm the Cowboys, and if I want the best team, my goal on draft day is to actually get back in round 2 and 3. And if I'm looking at the draft, I already know, okay, well, I can't get Caleb Downs. So I'm going to look at this draft and say, okay, do I want Sonny Styles? That's probably why I said Sonny Styles earlier. Do I want Sonny Styles? Or maybe because Warren is not even on the board, if I want Warren, I could just say, hey, I'll get him at 20. Or better yet, I said this the other day, and I'm going to stick to it. Cowboys are drafting at number 12. It looks like the Rams, from their projections, Jordan Tyson, the Ravens is Kendrick Falk, King and Sadiq at number 15. If I'm the Cowboys, my interest is simple. How can I get to number 15 and pick up a second round pick? Who can I get at number 13, 14, 15, and at the latest 16 now, just at the projections? Which one of these teams could I possibly trade back to? And I know already I'm not getting Caleb Downs. Can I still get who I want defensively at number 16? Let them have my 12th pick. Can I get back in the second round? Can I get back in the second round and be at, what would that be? Number 48. This would be my concern if I'm the Cowboys, because I want to find a way to get back in the second and the third. Why? Because I want to get some foundational pieces, young foundational pieces that I can get at the right price. Because I'm going to get my veterans in the free agency. I'm going to get me about 2 or 3 top players in free agency that's going to address my defensive needs. Then I'm going to come in the draft. And from the draft, I'm going to get 2 or 3 more of my defensive needs to where I can fill out my defense with a combination of veterans and rookies. So if I'm the Cowboys, whoever I'm targeting, who can I get at 16? Can I trade back, still get who I want? Do I want the best players or do I want the best team? Because if I'm looking at the best players, let's just say at linebacker, Orville Reese, Sonny Styles will be gone. My question becomes to all of us, how far down from Orville Reese and Sonny Styles is C.J. Allen, Anthony Hill Jr., and Jake Holiday? Because if I'm the Dallas Cowboys, if I trade back, because I think it's going to be a slim chance anyway the Cowboys get Orville Reese and Sonny Styles. Sonny Styles, maybe. Orville Reese, no. But let's just say they didn't get neither. I know the Cowboys can get Jake Golday. They can probably get Anthony Hill Jr. I'm not really interested. Y'all tell me about C.J. Allen, 6'1", But I probably want a taller, bigger linebacker. So I would be Jake Holiday or Anthony Hill Jr. So how big of a drop-off is Anthony Hill Jr. or Jake Holiday? Because if I can trade back, still get those players, I might not have the best players, but my team is better. And the reason why my team becomes better is because now I'm going to get myself back in the second round. And when I get back into the second and third round, now I got 2 more additional defensive players I can get. I'm just telling you, after listening to Emmitt Smith, this would be my strategy if I'm the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not going to do what the Cowboys normally do. They are always wanting, last year they didn't necessarily do it, but in times past, they're always trying to hit on the best player. No, I'm not worried about the best player. I'm trying to build the best team. And I want to get the best players I can get that fits what I'm trying to do while also will help me to build my team. How do I get back in the second and third round? How do I do it? If I'm the Cowboys, that is one of the things I'm looking at. How do I get back in the second and the third round? And still get my 2 first-round picks. My 12th pick may turn to 15 or 16. My 20th pick may turn to number 23. But I got to figure out, I'm not worried about the splash because this has hurt the Cowboys in times past. I'm not worried about the splash. I'm worried about how do we get the best team? My question becomes this. Do you actually need all of the best players to have the best team? Because I don't believe you do. I don't believe you have to have the best players to be the best team. I think you have to be well-rounded. I think you have to have, maybe in some positions, maybe you do have the best player. But in the other positions, you just got great players and good players that you can coach to become great players, elite players, players who are coachable, players with athletic ability, players that give you the flexibility and help you to be the best team. If I'm the Cowboys, this is old Cowboys thinking. I'm not falling in love with one player. I'm not falling in love. My focus now is, man, we got to really get some players. And we got to get some good ones. How do we hit in this draft? How do we hit on defense? We need more players. We need more top defensive players. I don't want the Cowboys to try to be the smartest team in the room and say, okay, well, we can just go in and we got the number 12, we got the number 20 pick, and then those later rounds, then in the later rounds of which we are, then we'll just see if we can maybe we can hit on some, maybe we do some real good draft work, hit on some players that nobody thought about. I'm tired of the Cowboys doing that. I'm actually tired of the Cowboys doing that. I'm tired of the Cowboys trying to get experimental players. I'm tired of the Cowboys trying to find diamonds in the rough. I'm tired of Cowboys trying to get players coming off of injuries. I'm tired of that stuff. No. Go in there and just make it this simple. The eye test. The eye test. Okay, this is a good player. This is what we're trying to do. This player fits what we're trying to do, and we believe this coach, based on interviews, not only is he good, he's a good player, he's had a great college career, and we can coach him to be something even greater. It's that simple for me. And this is why I say this guy on the radio, what I hear him saying is that he is basically saying he wants the best player. Bro, we done been there and done this. We don't need the best player. We're trying to build the best team. We're trying to build the best team. Frederick Johnson said Thielman is very close to Downs. Hey, that's the question, Frederick. That's the question. For me, I got to look at what's the drop-off. Because if you're telling me that the drop-off is off the curve, well, let's trade back and get this guy. We're only talking about three picks. We're going from 12 to 15 or 12 to 16. We're only talking about 3 or 4 picks. And while we can't get Caleb Downs, we can get the next best safety or whatever. And we just strengthen our team. Why? Because we got back in the second round. We got back in the second round. Then at that number 20, if we go back to 23, we got back in the third round. Who knows? You could actually find a team desperate enough, they may give you another number 2. You could find a team desperate enough, you just swap with them, you never know. They might give you a number 2 and they may give you something next season. Man, I'm telling you, it is not the goal to have the best player on your team. You want the best team. We have been here and done this. If we try to go the route that guy was talking about going, it is self-sabotage. the last thing the Cowboys need to be doing is pinpointing one player, giving up a 12 and a 20 just to get a 6th and a 2nd. Man, you crazy. Man, you crazy. Ain't no way I'm giving up a 12 and a 20 to get a 6 and a number 30, what do you say, 39th player or whatever it is. Man, you're crazy. If anything, nah, bruh. I'm about to parlay this into 4 more picks, 2 extra picks. I'm getting back in that 2nd or 3rd. I might have 2 2s. Who knows? I could get 2 2s. It's crazy, crazy work, man. It's nasty work. Timothy Govin, you hit it on the head again. We've assembled an all-star defensive coaching staff. They're going to work. Timothy Govin, I'm confident in that too. And this is another reason why. I don't think you need to get the best player. I think you need to get really good to great players. You don't need the best cornerback in college football, but you can get one of the top 3 or one of the top 5 corners in football. You don't have to have the best safety. Maybe you get one of the top 3 safeties, one of the top 3 linebackers, one of the top 3 edge rushers, one of the top 3 fill in the blank on defense. You're trying to build the best team. You're not trying to have the best players, because we've done that before and people get all excited about a player. No, I ain't trying to get excited about players. I want to get the best team. Keontae Scott, he says, is better. Henry Williams, he said Keontae Scott is better than Downs. You guys seen Keontae Scott play in the college playoffs. He played better than Downs. See, Henry Williams, see, that's smart scouting. And even if somebody could argue that Downs is better, but you could argue that, but I think he makes our team better. And the drop-off isn't off the Grand Canyon. And that with our coaching, this guy can be elite. Man, this is how I'm coaching. I got to get more players. I got to get, and not just more players, I want to have a better team. I want to have a better team. 72 Chevelle, he said Thieneman is a better fit for the NFL. Sebastian Shaw, he said Dallas Cowboys draft priority, number 1 edge rusher, Cassius Howell reminds me of Nick Bonito, Denver Broncos. Now, Sebastian, the thing is, the Cowboys may address that edge in free agency. El Chuco, what up? Israel Flores, he said Anthony Hill Jr., dog, wouldn't be a bad concession if we can't get Downs or Styles. See, Israel, this is how I'm thinking. I don't want the best player. I want the best team. I want the best team. I don't want the best player. I want great players on my team. And if you're talking about getting 2 number 1s, you're still at number 15 or 16 and still at number 23. You're still going to be able to get 1 top 10 player and 1 top 15 defensive player, because if you can get back in the 2nd and 3rd round, now you get another go, and now you can really accomplish what you want to. Because if you go in free agency and get you an edge, you go in free agency and you get you a linebacker, you go in free agency and you get you another cornerback, now you can come back in the draft and you can get you another linebacker, get you a safety, get you a corner, and get you an edge. Now you got the depth. You got the starters. You got insurance even. And then you just fill it out with some league minimum players. Maybe you can find some bargain players. Then you can go, I don't know about Dollar Tree shopping, but you know what I'm saying? You could go and, maybe you can go out there and start shopping a little bit on that cheap side of the thing once you get your players. Jeremy said, I say you stay put. Get guys that fit the system. That's it. Or philosophy and fall in line with the culture and can process and learn what to do in their position and scheme. scheme do their job with. See, this is the thinking, Jeremy. We want the best team. Caleb Downs will get the fan base excited. But it also may push us back if we go out there and trying to target this dude. No, we got to, I'm telling you, and I do believe this is one of the things they're going to try to do. I think they're going to try to get back in that second round or third round or maybe both. April Showers said, I like that the coaches hired are good evaluators and should collaborate with scouts in McClady's draft season. Now, April Showers, let me give you some more credit and add to what you're saying. Getting coaches who are not far removed from the college game should pay dividends in the draft. A lot of people don't realize this is where Jimmy won. This is where Jimmy won. Jimmy won because Jimmy was so close to the college game. Some of the players in the pros, Jimmy had recruited some of them. Jimmy knew guys that knew him. Jimmy also not being so soon removed from the college game, coming right out of the college game, he was also still able to identify that college talent that was coming in, because I'm pretty sure he had looked at recruiting him. And so because you got these young coaches, they're going to be a lot more susceptible or a lot more able to catch on to some of the new things you're trying to teach. And I noticed this is what he's been doing. He's been getting these coaches that kind of fit into that Fangio system that he's worked with. He's getting those kind of coaches. Also, nabbing some of these guys from the college game. Talent acquisition. They're just so close to the college game. It's going to pay dividends for them. I really do. Reggie said he's not moving. He's handling his business in free agency. That's the key. Freddie says stay at 12 and draft Sonny. Well, I'll tell you this. If I don't move on that 12, because that was my original idea, don't move on that 12, but I'll move on that 20. And I'm still telling you, I'll move on that 20. I'll move on that 12. I will move on that 12. If I feel like I can get me another player that isn't a big drop off from the player that I want, I'll move on that and get back in that second and third round, and I'll do damage. I'll do damage in that second and third round. But this is why I keep saying, if the Cowboys play this right, they can't lose. Even if they stay at number 12 and 20, they should still get two great picks. Now, if they plan on staying at 12 and 20, then they better play on the first day of free agency. They not only better play on day one, they better play on day 1, 2, and 3. If they plan on staying at 12 and 20, they better play. They better go all out in free agency. And I mean all out. Day 1, day 2, and day 3. They better go all out. I'm telling you right now. But either way, it's a no-brainer. The Cowboys are in a situation, if they just play their cards right, they can't lose. They can't lose. I'm just telling us, they can't lose. The only way they lose is that if they mess themselves up. But again, this new coach, the new coach the Cowboys have picked up is Scott Simmons. I'm pretty sure everybody knows that now. Scott Simmons is who the Cowboys picked up. From SMU, last 4 years, served as SMU's defense coordinator and safeties coach. Again, have y'all noticed what they've been doing? Christian Parker, great defensive backs coach. Now you're bringing in some Simmons, another defensive back coach, safeties coach. The Cowboys are working overtime to make sure they fix the back end of that defense. It's been horrible. It's been putrid. So they outside linebackers coach, inside linebackers coach. Man, they are really putting in the work. They are putting in the work to make sure they fix the back end of that defense. And they got a good defensive line coach too. I like what the Cowboys are doing. Football fanatic. I believe so too. I believe the Cowboys are going to trade down in the first round. I believe so too. I believe their goal is that they're going to try to get more picks. Papa Shug said he stay at 12 and maybe move that 20. Yeah, any combination is going to work. If you stay at 12, move that 20. But if you can move that 12 and that 20 and still get who you want, shoot, man, you cooking. You cooking. Yeah, Reggie, they got to play on day one. Cowboys got to play on day one this year. They can't wait to day two. They have got to play on day one. And again, that's one of the things I'm going to include on my roadmap. My mindset is this. I got to find me one player, and not maybe even one. I got to find me 3 players because one of those players may be gone. I want to find in free agency, defensively, I'm going to be looking at the top players available in the positions that I need. Now, I do believe at corner, that's the one I'm probably going to address in the draft. I'll probably address corner in the draft. I mean, unless somebody is there who in free agency that I'm like, man, we got to get this guy. But if I'm the Cowboys, it's this simple for me. I'm going to look at guys in the 4 positions of edge, linebacker, corner, and safety. And I'm going to target at least 3 players in each position that I say, okay, these are the 3 players in each of these positions that I may be willing to overpay for on day one. Then we'll see if those said players are day 2. I'd widen my list to, okay, now I got the top 10 players available at each position I need. Day 2 is 5 or less, is 5 or more, is between 5 and 10. Are they there on day 2? So I'll see if I can get them on day 2. And then whoever left on day 3, then I'll say, okay, now who can I get on day 3 that I might be able to get a deal on? But they got to tear this, man. This is why, for me, the Cowboys got to tear free agency up. The Cowboys have got to tear up free agency. They have got to tear it up. Because if they do well in free agency, the draft becomes easier. The draft becomes easier. And again, looking at the guy that the Cowboys got, Simmons, past season, Simmons helped the SMU defense to finishing 5th in the nation in turnovers gained, 5th in red zone defense, 8th in passes intercepted, 19th in pass rush in rushing defense, and 23rd in sacks. Yeah, I'm telling you what they're doing, it's by design. You can tell. You can tell. They're trying to fix the middle and the back end of the defense. You can tell. So they got a plan. They definitely got a plan on what they're trying to do. All right, let's get to the meat of this story. Let's get to the meat of this story for tonight. Schotty on the hot seat. Now, don't take this in a negative way about Schotty being in the hot seat. Y'all got to realize something. Schotty was already in the hot seat. Schotty's in the hot seat because this is the Dallas Cowboys. Schotty's in the hot seat because Cowboy fans are growing very impatient with not winning. Understand, you go from 3 12-win seasons to 2 7-win seasons. Cowboys fans have grown impatient. Not only have Cowboys fans grown impatient, we've watched first-year coaches, first and second-year coaches accomplish things that are incredible. Incredible. So I think the Cowboys, I think the Cowboys, because of the expectations, man, it's going to be tough out there. And I'm telling you, nobody's going to put up with another 7-win season. They're going to lose their minds. Quentin Warner, he said, second round has not been overly good for us in the last 10 years. I agree with you. D-Law, D-Ware, Randy Gregory, Jalen Smith, Awuzie, Williams, T. Hill, Trayvon Diggs, Joseph Williams, and Schoolbaker. Hey, they got to change that. They got to change that. Israel said you're thinking like Jerry G because that's something he would do. He would move back to get more picks. Well, I'm not actually thinking like Jerry on this one, Israel. And the reason why I'm not thinking like Jerry is because the Cowboys don't have a second and third round pick in a season where they actually need it. Cowboys need a second or third round pick. Now, again, my original idea was you stay at 12 and then you move at 20. But I'm saying, again, if I'm the Cowboys and I can move back 3 spots and still get who I want and get back in the second or the third, I mean, that's a smart move, whether it's thinking like Jerry, me, or anybody, you or anybody. We need draft picks. We need great players, but we need draft picks too. CGW said overall they got better. They better get Christian Parker some players. That's the issue. They have got to get him some players. Frederick Johnson said, got to get at least one bona fide baller at DE, linebacker, cornerback, safety, and free agency. Parker and company really need help. Yeah, because if not, he's going to be Matt Eberflus all over again. It's going to be Matt Eberflus all over again. But if they get Christian Parker the players, he's going to be off the chain. He's going to be off the chain. And I'm just confident. I can hear Troy Aikman in the back of my brain. But I'm just confident that they're going to do it. I believe they know what they need to do. They're going to do it. There is no doubt in my mind until they don't. They're going to do it. The Cowboys are going to do it. All right, let's go to another story real quick. And we've already kind of discussed this early on in the beginning. But Brian Schottenheimer being on the hot seat. This story is actually not coming from me as much as it is. There are some people out there who are already putting up coaches who are on the hot seat. Fox NFL has already put up coaches who are on the hot seat. And these are the coaches. And I can't help but agree with them. Number one on the hot seat is Aaron Glenn. Now, understand what it means when coaches on the hot seat. It doesn't mean these coaches are going to get fired this season, in the season, or after this season. But what this means is, at least in my mind, I don't know if there's an article. I'll check out and see if I can find the article. But when I think about these coaches being on the hot seat, they're on the hot seat because this league is evolving. This league expects that when it hires a coach, that by year 2, they want to see tremendous progress by year 2. Year 2. Because if you don't have tremendous success by year 2, that means that you probably won't have tremendous success in year 3. Year 2, there should be huge progress to the point of that by year 3, there are Super Bowl expectations. And because of what is really putting Schotty on the hot seat is the Dak Prescott window. Dak Prescott just had an MVP season. The Cowboys are going to extend George Pickens. What the Cowboys have done in the draft. The Cowboys are going to fix the defense. Everything they do for Brian, understand what I'm telling you. This is not hate. The expectation is to win once I get you what you want. That's the expectation. Win. And win the Super Bowl. Jerry wants a Super Bowl. He's going to get Brian Schottenheimer everything he needs to get it. Let's run down these teams real quick. Aaron Glenn. Man, let me tell you something about Aaron Glenn. Aaron Glenn went to a poorly ran franchise. You think the Cowboys are bad? They don't compare to the Jets. Aaron Glenn has got his work cut out for him. Aaron Glenn is in such bad of a situation. Coaches don't even want to coach for the Jets. So Aaron Glenn has got to put together whatever staff that he can. He's in a rebuild. But because when you look at these coaches who have had all of this success early on, Aaron Glenn, man, I'm sorry. I just believe that Aaron Glenn may be a dead man walking. Right now for Aaron Glenn, it's just, man, you know what? What is he going to do? I mean, he's got nothing. No quarterback, no running back. I mean, everything's on the rebuild. I don't know if they'll give Aaron Glenn 3 more seasons. It's going to be tough. Nick Sirianni. Nick Sirianni, people just don't appreciate Nick Sirianni. And Philadelphia is a hard place to coach too. And Nick Sirianni is tied to Jalen Hurts. Unless they get Jalen Hurts, the offensive coordinator that can really help him out. If the Philadelphia Eagles have another bad, and we're calling a bad season for them getting to the playoffs. If Nick Sirianni even has a season like he had this season, I don't think Nick Sirianni will last. Todd Bowles, book it. This is his last season in Tampa Bay unless he wins. This is Todd Bowles. Not only will this be Todd Bowles' last season in Tampa Bay, Todd Bowles will not be a head coach in this league again. This is it for Todd Bowles. If they don't turn it around this season, it's over. Bar none. And I know they had some injuries, but no one cares about that in the grand scheme of things. Todd Bowles, he's in trouble. Dave Canales, he had a good season, and I say mediocre season, but he made the playoffs. He better make it again. He better make it again. And he's also got an issue because this is Bryce Young. I think he's coming into a contract year. If Dave don't win this year, you can book it. Dave will be out of Carolina. Zach Taylor, Cincinnati Bengals. I'm sorry, I can't even believe Zach Taylor is still a coach. Him and Kevin Stefanski are so overrated. I can't believe either one of them are head coaches in this league. Zach Taylor, even with, and it's a poorly ran franchise too, they don't want to put the defense around Joe Burrow. I wouldn't even be surprised if the Cincinnati Bengals, if they don't trade Joe Burrow this season, I will not be shocked if they trade Joe Burrow next season. I will not be surprised. Zach Taylor, this your last year, bruh. And I don't see it getting any better because I don't see the moves y'all making that are going to give you, that's going to give you the defense to be able to turn the Bengals around, as I call them. Zach Taylor, probably your last year. Shane Steichen, it's over. Fell apart, I think, somewhere around mid-season. I don't think they have the quarterback. And you got to have a quarterback to win in this league. Shane Steichen, if he don't win this year, I believe he out. Man, let me tell y'all something right now. Kevin O'Connell is on the hottest of hot seats. Kevin O'Connell, man, that thing is sizzling. No, forget it. It ain't sizzling. It's burning. Kevin O'Connell is on fire, as the old Street Fighter game used to say. He on fire. Kevin O'Connell and Kwesi are responsible for picking J.J. McCarthy over Sam Darnold. Now, Kevin O'Connell let the GM take the fall. But upon further investigation, now we realize Kevin O'Connell was one of the main advocates for J.J. McCarthy. O'Connell is done after this season. If they don't win 10, 11 games and to make a deep playoff run. If they don't make the playoffs, I'm telling you, I believe O'Connell is gone. And the reason why he gone, Sam Darnold. How does a quarterback win 14 games and you choose J.J. McCarthy over Sam Darnold? I'll just be honest with you. For me, you don't even deserve to make it another year. Oh, Frederick Johnson. They already fired Kwesi. They already fired the GM. He gone. They fired the GM in Minnesota. But also who should have been fired with him is Kevin O'Connell. Now I'm hearing rumors of Kyler Murray. Maybe, Kyler Murray said he's interested in playing for Minnesota. Man, you couldn't pay me. You couldn't pay me to take Kyler Murray as my quarterback. You good as done. Yeah, Kwesi is the GM. I forget his last name. I think his first name is Kwesi. He's the fall guy, but Kevin O'Connell is next. Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn dug his own grave. Dan Quinn dug his own grave. You don't get to the NFC Championship game in the first season. Have y'all ever heard of the gutter ball theory? Guy used to tell me this in sales. You ever heard of the gutter ball theory? When you first take over an organization, you want to clean it out by getting rid of all of the bad in the organization. Jimmy did this with the Cowboys. If I'm not mistaken, Jimmy won 0 games. Jimmy won, I think, 0 games the first season. Maybe 1 game the second season? Jimmy had 2 horrible seasons. And what Jimmy was able to do is to get rid of all the bad stuff and you roll the gutter ball. You roll the gutter ball. Because after you roll the gutter ball, and then if you come back and you hit 3 pins, everybody says that's improvement. Then you come back the next game, you hit 7 or 8 pins, and everybody says, oh yeah, nothing but improvement. Dan Quinn dug his own grave. Dan Quinn hit the NFC Championship game, and then last year they were total trash. Did they have some injuries? Man, don't nobody care about that in this league. Dan Quinn made some bad decisions. Brought in older players that didn't work out. Dan Quinn got a lot riding on this season. Dan Quinn got a lot riding on this season. And I don't think they're going to be too much better. I just don't think they're going to be too much better. Dan Quinn, I don't think they'll make the playoffs again. And then that following season, if they don't make the playoffs or go on a deep playoff run, Dan Quinn is done. Number 9. Okay, I thought it was 0 games the first season and 1 game the second. But Jimmy, again, a lot of people don't realize in Jimmy's first 2 seasons, or Jimmy's first season, it was the gutter ball. It was the absolute gutter ball theory. Let me pull it up. Okay, Jimmy won 1 game the first season. Okay. You make sure. I thought he went 0. Okay, 89 through 93. Okay. He had 2 bad seasons. I'm trying to think of this off the top of my head. All right, let me look at Pro Football Reference here, see if I can pull it up. But the gutter ball theory. The gutter ball theory. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, he won 1 game. Okay, I thought he had 2 really bad seasons. Okay, so let's look at Jimmy. Jimmy played what I call the gutter ball theory. I had a guy tell me about this in sales. It's the gutter ball theory. See, when you first come into any organization, you got to be real careful in how you start. You want to make sure in the beginning of how you start that organization, you want to spend the first season in the organization cleaning it up. If you got a dirty, let's say, like when I used to go in the stores, one of the first things I would do, I would go in and I would start cleaning the store up. I would make sure I would do an accurate inventory. I would make sure I would look at all how dirty the store was. I would make a note of that. I would listen to who they would tell me as far as employees or good and employees that I might need to be thinking about getting rid of. So when I would go in that first year, I'm rolling the gutter ball. Sales in my first year is not my goal as much as I'm preparing myself to have better sales. I want to have a clean store. I want to have an accurate inventory, and I want to have the right people. When you look at what Jimmy, this is what Jimmy did in his first 2 seasons. Jimmy 1-15 in season 1. Jimmy 7-9 in year 2. But notice what Jimmy did. Steady progression. Dan Quinn, on the other hand, comes in first season, NFC Championship game. Second season, they look like a totally different team. Third season, who knows what they're going to look like. Jimmy got the ball, cleaned it up. 90, cleaned it up. 91, almost got there. 92, 93, won the Super Bowl. And so, again, Dan Quinn on worst enemy. Then you got number 9. I'm telling you, man, I don't understand the Green Bay Packers. I don't understand the Green Bay Packers. There is no way I would have extended Matt LaFleur. All right, let me see something here. I want to call it. Okay, Aussie said, that's stupid, WTF. Aussie, I'm just telling you, I don't know what your background is. I was very successful doing this. And the guy who I learned it from, he was very successful too. When you go into an organization, your goal is, if you're smart, okay, you might not even be talking about what I'm talking about. Yeah, 105.3 the fan, 103.5 is 105.3, yeah, they're definitely haters. But again, Jimmy spent his time cleaning up the organization, and then he got better as time went. But Dan made a mistake, I believe. Dan took that team to an NFC Championship game. Y'all tell me, what's the expectation after an NFC Championship game? I'm sorry, I'm expecting Super Bowl after that. And if you can't get back to the NFC Championship game, this will be Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn will finish, he'll do this year, but that following year, if they don't do any better, and especially with him having the quarterback, shoot, it's over. Matt LaFleur, again, I don't understand the Matt LaFleur extension. I'll never understand it. Matt LaFleur has underachieved season after season after season, and they extended him. It's insanity to me. I believe they're going to regret it. I don't think he finishes the contract extension, and I don't remember how long it is. But if it's anything longer than 2 to 3 seasons, he'll be fired. And then, of course, we got our man Brian Schottenheimer. I'm going to see if I can find the article on this. But understand why Brian Schottenheimer, I hadn't even read the article. I'm just telling you why I see Brian Schottenheimer, why I understand that Brian Schottenheimer is on the hot seat. Brian Schottenheimer is on the hot seat because of Dak Prescott. That's why Brian Schottenheimer is on the hot seat. Because everybody looks at the fact that, bro, you didn't come into these teams like a lot of these other, you didn't come onto this team like a lot of other players, like a lot of other coaches do. Man, Dak Prescott is a top three quarterback right now. You are expected to win now with Dak Prescott in his prime. mind-wise. GP's going to get extended. You got CeeDee Lamb. You got a pretty good offensive line. Got to fix the tackle situation. You got a good running game. Now you got a very good defensive coaching staff. Jerry's going to get you the players. Man, there is a lot of pressure on Brian Schottenheimer. People are expecting Brian to make some huge moves this season. I'm telling you they are. Says right here, Brian Schottenheimer. Jerry Jones is painfully patient with his coaches. And the last one he fired after just 2 seasons was Shane Gailey. But he's also used to winning. The Cowboys just suffered back-to-back losing seasons, including one under Mike McCarthy. For the first time since the disastrous Dave Campo regime, 3 straight 5-11 seasons between 2000 to 2002. If the Cowboys don't get back to the playoffs next season, are we sure Joneses won't make a change? I hadn't even read this article, but they're saying some of the same things I'm saying. He's going to be 83 later this year. He's convinced. He's got a Super Bowl contender. He is. And what Jerry is looking at is his offense. Jerry believes his offense should be able to take up the slack until the defense gets better. It says, and a ready-to-win Cowboys team might be one opportunity that could lure Mike Tomlin back to the sidelines for 2027. I don't know about Mike Tomlin being in Dallas, especially if you let Quentin tell it. Quentin, you still in here, Quentin? You still in here, Quentin Warner? Do you see Mike Tomlin come to the Cowboys? I don't think it's a black thing, but I definitely don't see Mike Tomlin come to the Cowboys. But again, I'm telling us, man, Schotty's on the hot seat for reasons people don't understand. Jerry wants to win now. Jerry sees mortality coming. It's coming for him. Jerry is also saying you have one of the top offenses in the league. You got a top 3 quarterback. You got 2 top 5 wide receivers. I mean, Jerry now is saying, I'm giving you Christian Parker. The Cowboys didn't get Christian Parker as a 2-year turnaround. I'm telling you, they got Christian Parker to turn that defense around now. Because if Matt Eberflus was number 32, the Cowboys are expecting something like 20 or better. And by the end of the season, they expect him to be probably around mid-pack. I'm telling you, they absolutely are. And so when I say Brian Schottenheimer's on the hot seat, some of it is just because of circumstance. The expectations for the Cowboys right now is so high. Even the fan base is so impatient right now. I'm telling you, I don't know of too many people who are fans right now who are saying, well, we got a new defense coordinator, so we're not expecting much in 2026. I don't know anybody thinking like that. I don't. Everybody's expectations for the Cowboys this season is to, okay, you got us to DC. You got a great defensive coaching staff. Now go get the players. And we are expecting when they get those players, we are expecting this defense to be better right now. Right now, not later, right now. And I don't blame us. Y'all heard what Troy Aikman said. I want to see it. I want to see it. And I don't think anybody's going to give the Cowboys any leeway. Nobody. I don't know of a person that's going to give the Cowboys the leeway of Christian Parker is new. And that can be true. But again, I don't think the Cowboys got Christian Parker to win in 2027. I believe they got Christian Parker to win now. To win now. And I'm confident. I think he is going to win now. I'm very confident in that. I think the Cowboys are going to get him the players. I think he's going to win now. All right. These last 3 stories, they won't be too long. Y'all hang in here with me. Let me tell y'all something. This Brian Flores story. Y'all are going to call me a prophet. Especially if the Cowboys win in 2026, they win the Super Bowl. Especially if they win that Super Bowl in 2026. But y'all are going to call me a prophet. One of the reasons why I told y'all, I believe the Cowboys did not want to bring in Brian Flores. One, we discovered what he's making. He's making $6.5 million as a defensive coordinator. That wasn't going to happen. But I don't think that was the biggest reason. Do y'all remember what I told you? I don't think Jerry Jones wanted to risk bringing in Brian Flores and Brian Flores' court case coming up. I don't think they wanted to do it. I don't think the Cowboys wanted Brian Flores as their defensive coordinator. And that court case comes up. That court case is the reason right now. That court case right now is the reason why Brian Flores is not a head coach in this league. It's the only thing that stopped him. Brian Flores should have been a head coach this year. But that lawsuit is why he's not going to get it. Greeling TV says, so it's Schotty fault when the offense doesn't play up to their potential, especially in the last stretch of games. I'm struggling to blame Schotty for that. I don't always agree with his play calling. Yeah, it is Schotty's fault. He's the offense coordinator. That's his job. It's his job not to get stopped on defense. I mean, not to get stopped offensively, Railing TV, G Railing TV. I appreciate the comment. That's what you're hiring for. You hire him to outsmart every defensive coordinator that he faces. And I think that offense fell short in some of those games because he's not a good play caller. I think that's why they struggled. Because teams figured out how to stop Brian Schottenheimer. Very predictable. I'm going to tell you now, G Railing TV, I don't even consider myself a football savant. But you could give me a pretty good team. Oh, I'd stop Brian Schottenheimer. My hardest issue with stopping Brian Schottenheimer would not be stopping Brian Schottenheimer. It would be stopping the players the Cowboys have on offense. That would be what I would be struggling with. Notice what they said. Anybody find this to be strange? When they were interviewing defensive coordinators, what did they say was the hardest thing to plan for? Did they say the hardest thing to plan for was Brian Schottenheimer's scheme? Or did they say the hardest thing to plan for were the two wide receivers? Which one is it? When I think of play callers, I'm telling you, Schotty don't even come to my mind in the top 15. He doesn't even come to my mind in the top 15. Schotty, I thought, was going to be a better play caller than he is this year because it was him who implemented the wrinkles in Mike McCarthy's system in 2023. But this year, I just don't think Brian was that good as a play caller. Especially when I look at the talent that he has, quarterback, wide receiver wise. I just didn't think he was that good. He got out coached, and he said it. I'm not saying this as much, G Railing TV. He said it himself. How many times did Brian Schottenheimer come to the podium and say he got out coached? How many times did he say it? Every loss. He said it. He got out coached because it was true. He called very scary. He called like he was afraid on the road. Way more aggressive at home. Called scary on the road. Yeah, he called aggressive in the last game of the season against the Washington Commanders, but there was nothing to play. I mean, against the New York, what was it, the Washington Commanders? Can't remember if we played the Giants or the Commanders last now. Might have been the Commanders. He had nothing to call for. Brian's he's got to improve his play calling. But again, I'm telling you, Schotty said this stuff himself. Man, you're the head coach. At the end of the day, it all falls on you. It all falls on you. Man, when you're the head coach, I don't care what they've given you and what they haven't given you. At the end of the day, you got to find a way to win. And right now they gave him carte blanche to get the defense coordinator he wants. Let the defense coordinator get his staff. Jerry's going to get him the players. And I'm telling us now, Jerry ain't getting these players. Jerry didn't get this coach for them to be number 30 this year. Nope. They got this situation to win now. Demetrius Noel, I agree with you. Schotty's not utilizing all the weapons he has. He isn't creative enough when opposing defenses make adjustments. Nope. I agree with you. I agree with you. I think he'd be better if they gave him a play caller. I think Schotty would be a very good sideline general. I think they take away from his strength by making him call the plays. I'd rather him not call the plays. Get you a better play caller. I would. Frank Lawrence said, gee, man, I'm riding with Schotty till the wheels fall off. Me too. That being said, my take, Schotty hire feels like marrying a woman who wasn't your first choice. Oh, I can see what you're saying there too. Newhouse fam, you know what, me and you, we in agreement on this. I think he needs a true OC. I do. And I think Jerry did him a disservice by saying, to be trite, he wouldn't be the head coach here if he wasn't calling the plays. That's crazy work to me. If there's one coach I think that would benefit from not calling the plays, it's him. I do. I think Brian would benefit from not calling the plays. I think the team would be better if he wasn't calling the plays. I think he manages better than he does calling plays. I do. Big Amish said he's a very good manager of personnel and schemes, but not play calling. Took the words right out of my mouth. Yep, I agree. All right, let me roll a little bit more on this Brian Flores story. This Brian Flores story, y'all, is crazy. And as a matter of fact, guess what? Boy, the NFL just got a double dose of this man. Not only did they rule that the Brian Flores coach thing is going to court. Oh my gosh. John Gruden is going to court too. Yeah. Look at this. This is another reason why I said this. This was the reason why another reason I believe that Jerry didn't want to take the chance on Brian Flores. Jerry didn't want this to come up while he was coaching the Cowboys. Jerry didn't want no part of this. Says Brian Flores-led discrimination lawsuit against the NFL can proceed to open court and avoid the league's arbitration process, a federal judge ruled on Friday. Wow. Yeah, Flores, who is joined in a lawsuit by Steve Wilkes and Ray Horton, sued the league and 3 teams in February 22 after he was fired the previous month by the Dolphins. Now, the Vikings defense coordinator Flores alleged in his original suit that the league was rife with racism regarding its hiring practices when it comes to black coaches. Man, this is going to be a doozy. This is going to be a doozy. It is. It's going to be a doozy. This is what the NFL, and let me tell you something. Tell me this isn't the perfect storm as it applies to the Brian Flores lawsuit. Anybody or most people would agree the Rooney Rule is stupid. I'm sorry, that's a stupid rule. You couldn't even call me. If I knew you were trying to fulfill the Rooney Rule, I'm telling you, lose my number. Lose my number. So not only is the Rooney Rule stupid, and I'm not telling you this is a race issue. I'm just telling you the optics. there were 10 coaching openings. And there was not one black coach promoted to head coach. I'm not telling you that it was because of race. I'm telling you about the optics. I'm telling you what the optics look like. And the NFL is going to have its hands full. It's one thing for us to have that discussion and we try to explain it. I can tell you this. I can tell you all day long. Quentin Warner, I can tell you all day long, I don't believe it's because of race. But what I believe don't matter. What I say on this live stream don't matter. When you get in the court of law, boy, you better get ready. The burden of proof on the NFL, because Brian Flores' lawyers, I mean, they're going to be able to walk right into the room and say, hey, let me tell you what happened then, and let me tell you what's happening now. There was a season in 2026 that there were 10 openings and not one black coach got a hire. And they're going to be able to come with some real proof. I'm telling you right now, Brian Flores made a really good. Brian Flores made a case this season. Lawsuit to the side. Brian Flores made a great case that he should be a head coach. The demise of the Miami Dolphins is another case that Brian Flores probably should have been. Brian Flores should have still been a coach in this league, head coach in this league. If there is ever a season that Brian Flores and his team will be able to take to court, it's going to be this year. Because I'm telling you, the NFL is going to have some explaining to do. And when you hear Roger Goodell say this, yeah, we gotta do better. Boy, they gonna have, boy. All I'm telling you is the NFL is about to have a battle on its hand. It's about to have a battle on its hand. And this is one of the reasons why I get very perturbed when the NFL starts trying to get into politics. Bro, you got your own problems in your own backyard. Stop trying to fix the world, bro. Stop trying to fix the world. You need to make sure your own backyard is cleaned up. Get the plank out of your own eye. We don't need you out here trying to be the league of morals and values. That's not what we're watching for in the grand scheme of things. We're watching because we love football, not your politics or anything else. And I find it to be so ironic. They're playing all the politics, and now they're about to get their butt in court. Rombowski said the chances this goes to trial is still low. The NFL's pocketbook is so deep, they'll pay whatever it takes to settle and avoid a disclosure, which would have the communications released to the public. Now, this is a great point, Rombowski. The money they're going to pay Brian Flores for this to not go? Shoo. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. If Brian Flores and this don't go to court, book it. Not only will Brian Flores get a huge payday, Brian Flores will be a head coach next season. Watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. He will get a head coaching job next season. If they settle out of court, Rambowski, watch what I tell you. Watch what I tell you. But again, I'm just telling you, man, the NFL, they got a battle on their hands. Because Brian Flores, if there is any coach, and I'm not even including race in this. Man, I don't care if Brian Flores was green or plaid. I don't care what color Brian Flores is. Brian Flores coached his butt off, man. There's a reason why he's the highest paid defensive coach in the league. And it's not because of no Rooney Rule, and it's not because of no doggone court case. No, I'm going to give Brian Flores his credit. He's a doggone good coach. I wonder if some of this played into him not getting the Baltimore Ravens job. Because I'm telling you right now, I just believe Brian Flores fit the Baltimore Ravens like a glove. I think Brian Flores is exactly what they were looking for. I believe the Raiders team, he would have fit them like a glove. When you think about that old school Raiders, persona, I just think Brian Flores fits that too. It's a crazy year, man. It's a crazy year. But Rambowski, I do believe that's what's going to happen. They are going to pay this man. Shoot, man, Brian Flores ain't going to never. Boy, NFL. Man, NFL about to set this man up, boy. They all about to set this man up for life, man. They about to set this man up for life. Because, and when you think about, for example, Vance Joseph, man, Vance Joseph was pretty bad when he was a head coach. So I can kind of understand Vance Joseph. But I'll be honest with you. I don't understand the Brian. I understand it, but I think it's a bad move by the NFL. I think the Brian Flores thing was a bad move because Brian Flores was actually that good. Shoot, Brian Flores is a good coach, man. He's the one they're going to have a hard time with. I don't know about those other two, but Brian Flores. And again, this is another reason why I said this when we were talking about Brian Flores going to the Cowboys. This was another reason I said, I don't know if Jerry would want to deal with the fact of Brian Flores being his coach and this thing comes out. But I do think Rambowski, I think Flores wants to be a head coach in this league. I think Brian Flores wants to be a head coach. I think the NFL, they're not going to want this black eye. They're not want to go to court because when you go to court, the bad thing about going to court, things that you don't want to come out, comes out. Amen, Walls. So rather than airing your dirty laundry, it would be cheaper to pay these guys off. In particular, Brian Flores. It would be cheaper to pay them than to let this go to the court of public opinion. Because I didn't put this on here, but I'm going to tell you right now, me and my uncle was talking about this. We've been going back and forth about this, and me and him are in disagreements on this. But I'm going to tell you, there's another guy, got a court case about to come up too. John Gruden. John Gruden got his victory over arbitration. John Gruden is going to get to go to court. And I'm going to tell you right now, man, this thing with the NFL and John Gruden, man, people can tell me anything they want to about the comments that John Gruden made, and I'm not going to disagree. But I think where the NFL and where John Gruden is trying to make his case is that how is it in thousands and thousands and thousands of emails that his emails were the only ones that had something derogatory in them? Nah, I'm not believing. I'm just telling you. Let me not say I don't believe it. I find that hard to believe. You're talking about all of that correspondence? And that's the only thing you found in those emails? Okay. Okay. Says here, the case will play out in Nevada, which will include, absent a dismissal or settlement or a trial in open court, Big Rombowski. I would not be surprised if this is another settlement, because again, the moment you go to open court, you have to open all your dirty laundry. See, the NFL and where John Gruden is upset is John Gruden is saying, I'm not saying I didn't say that in the emails. What I'm saying is I was targeted, and I don't believe that someone else didn't do or say something either that could have been considered. However, they considered my emails. I think John Gruden knows something. I don't believe in either one of these cases the NFL is going to play around with letting these go to court and letting us be in on their dirty laundry getting aired out. I guarantee you they don't want anybody to get a hold of those emails. And it says right here, look, it says that John Gruden, hold on, it says the league's decision to put an appeal to have something to do with the fact that the NFL's argument as to Gruden was based on a flimsy, disingenuous effort to cram Gruden's claims into an obscure provision of the NFL Constitution and bylaws. The league presumably decided that it wasn't worth trying to get to the Supreme Court first to take up the case and second to see it the NFL's way. Yeah, we know what they were doing. Says Gruden, as a result, has the tiger by the tail. Watch this part. He reportedly wants to burn the house down. Golly. It says unless and until the league makes him a financial offer he can't refuse, Gruden will have every effort to expose who leaked emails that engineered his ouster during the 2021 season. And that continues to be the biggest issue in the case. It's not about Gruden. It's about the fact that someone undermined the integrity of the 2021 NFL season by taking out Gruden, not before or after, but during the campaign. It says the point to remember as the case unfolds, it says the emails he sent while not employed by the NFL team were not good. But they knew about Gruden's emails before the season started. He could have been targeted then. I'm just, boy, man, all I'm telling you is the NFL is about to pay some money. NFL is about to pay some money. Reggie said, I'll say it. I don't believe it. Reggie, I'm telling you. If I'm not mistaken, they went either way. Was it 60-something thousand or 90-something thousand emails? And John Gruden's emails were the only one they found were bad. Okay. I believe it when I see it. Big Amish Media said the 70s fan show that came after Snyder was exposed in the emails. The NFL is a cartel. He says that they threatened Jerry Jones with the same removal procedure. Man, Big Amish, I was about to say it, but I didn't want to say it. This is no different than the Eggstein files. I was going to say it. I'm just telling us. I got a feeling both of these going to be settled. Man, I got a feeling that these guys are about to get huge paydays. Rombowski said the only stay was lifted, which means that litigation can continue. This doesn't assure in any way that it's automatically going to trial. Rombowski, I don't think it is. I don't think it's going to trial. Neither one of them. I think these guys are about to be rich out of their minds, and I see a day where Brian Flores and John Gruden are going to be allowed to be head coaches in this league again. I really do. I see that day coming. All right, let's go over here. Got another report. Let's run through this one real quick.
Yes! Here we go!
So the NFL is also getting another black eye. They are getting another black eye because of these NFL report cards. And I can see both sides of this argument. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if y'all saw this already. The NFL wins a grievance against the NFL Players Association, puts an end to team report cards. I also got a follow-up report to this. Says the NFLPA will no longer compile team report card rankings after the NFL prevailed in its grievance filed against the NFL Players Association. Says the NFL released a statement on Friday. We are pleased with the decision from the arbitrator. See, this is where the NFL likes to take everything that goes on in the NFL because they know they're going to win in arbitration. It says upholding the parties' collective bargaining agreement and prohibiting the NFL Players Association from disparaging our clubs and individuals through report cards allegedly based on data methodologies that has steadfastly refused to disclose. We remain committed to working in partnership with the NFLPA and an independent survey company to develop and administer a scientifically valid survey to solicit accurate and reliable player feedback as the parties agreed in the CBA. In response, the player union released its own statement saying the program is not going away. The ruling upholds our right to survey players and share the results with players and clubs. While we strongly disagree with the restriction on making those results public, that limitations does not stop the program or its impact. Now, let me tell you where I am on this. In this situation, the NFL is right. And let me tell you where the NFL is right. The NFL is right from the standpoint that, let me tell you, the NFLPA, poorly ran. The NFLPA is poorly ran. They don't get anything really major for the players. The major thing they've gotten for the players, money. 50% revenue sharing. But then the other stuff, they just get little stuff that don't even make sense. Less practices, the way they do the drug policy and all that type of stuff, just little stuff. But when you're talking about the stuff that some of the players want and probably what they need, the NFL is a gladiator sport. I do think that there should be some kind of health care for players, after football. It's a brutal sport. It really is a brutal sport. There are all kinds of things that the league should be, that the player association should try to get, but they don't get the right things. And just stuff like this. This was in the player association's contract. So they have to adhere to it. And I do say, you have to adhere to whatever you agree to in the CBA. But not only do I agree with that part, I also say I would be very careful in disparaging my own product. I don't think it's good for the NFL. And I understand they want to create some accountability. I can get with that. But what I kind of have a problem with is you have to be careful in how much you try to dirty up what's making you rich. I'm not saying you don't have rights, but you got to be careful in how you talk about your own job. One of the things that you don't want to do is that you don't want to destroy the place that you work for. That's your livelihood. Because if you bring down what it is that you work for and you disparage it, and let's say you start making less money, well, you got a 50% revenue share. Less money for the NFL means less money for the players. And I do think that you should be able to. They also released their own statement again. The report card system is not going away. I do think that you should keep the report card system. I think you should have a set methodology that maybe both parties can agree upon. But I also say you might not want to share that data. I'm very wary about trying to put everything in the court of public opinion especially when the court of public opinion doesn't sometimes truly understand the context of how you're doing things. And this is why I said, as I said earlier, I'm not saying that the NFL needs to stay out of politics because of my political views. I'm saying they should stay out of politics because you sully your own product by doing so. Because you can't please everybody, especially when you're talking about politics. So the NFL should stay focused on putting together the greatest form of sports entertainment that they can. We don't want to watch the NFL for your political views. We have our own political views. We watch the NFL for the entertainment. That's all I watch it for. And a lot of times I'm watching it because I want to get away. I want to break from all of the everywhere I turn, everything's politicized. I mean, Donald Trump pardons Nate Newton. And people start losing their mind over this. People start hating on Nate Newton like Nate Newton did something wrong. What? Stop it. Leave Nate Newton alone. Nate Newton didn't ask for it. It was given to Nate Newton. Nate Newton appreciated it. And if Nate Newton appreciates it, I appreciate it. I'm happy for him. Whatever it means to him, I'm glad for him. I don't have to start attacking Nate Newton and attacking people who go one way or the other. Can we not just make it about us every time somebody makes a decision for themselves? And sometimes can we just be happy for somebody? Nate Newton seemed to be elated with it, so I'm elated with it. It is what it is. And so, everything is so politicized, it doesn't make sense. And so, again, the NFL, stay out of this stuff, man. Stay out of this stuff. Stay out of this stuff and just do what you do. The NFL is the greatest sports product. If you ask me, it's the greatest sports product in the world. And soccer better watch out. Soccer better watch out. Because the NFL is trying to take the helm, take the crown from soccer. Man, a lot of people don't realize how popular soccer is outside of the United States. The NFL wants the soccer crowd. That's who they want. That's why they're playing at all these soccer stadiums. That's why they're going all over the world. They want the NFL to take over the world. They're already destroying the NBA. Christmas Day used to be the NBA. The NFL said, hold my drink. Man, the NFL said, hold my drink. We doing Christmas. What you gonna do about it? Ain't nothing they can do about it. The NFL is going for an entire takeover. Boy, the NFL is going for a takeover, man. And if the NFL wants to go for the takeover, stay out of politics. Let me tell you something. If you stay out of politics, most people will love you. Most people will love you. Don't try to appeal to red and blue. Appeal to NFL fans. That's all you need to do. Appeal to NFL fans and potential NFL fans. Everything else, don't worry about it. Stay out of politics. But again, this is why I say, with all these NFL, got these NFL report cards, all this stuff, I'm saying the same thing to the players. Players, man, don't let people try to get you to disparage the product that you're a part of. Why would you do that? The more money the NFL makes, the more money you make. Keep the report cards. I agree. Keep the report cards, but you keep the pressure on your own team. You keep the pressure on them, and I think it all works out. All right, so let's do our last topic for the night, and then we're gonna get out of here.
Yes! Here we go!
Next up, we're closed on this topic right here. Jalen Tolbert, Newhouse fam, how'd you know? Yeah. I think we all kind of knew this. I don't think I'm telling anybody anything new. But, of course, Jalen Tolbert is as good as gone for the Cowboys. I saw this report by Sports Track. Sports Track projects pending free agent wide receiver Jalen Tolbert to receive a 1-year, $3.8 million deal. It says in 4 seasons, Tolbert has 1,093 yards on 91 receptions and 10 touchdowns. Has he played his final snap in Dallas? I say yes. Yeah, I believe Tolbert will no longer be a Cowboy, and I think the Cowboys will probably be getting a compensatory. I'm assuming they'll get a compensatory pick for him in 2027. But Jalen Tolbert, I believe, is as good as gone for the Cowboys. Yeah, Reggie TX, I think Ryan Flores was always better. Hot boy, the Super Bowl will never be bigger than the World Cup. Man, the World Cup is humongous. But I think that's what they're going for, Hot boy. I think they want some of that soccer crowd. Timothy Goldman said, I say trade Tolbert for a draft pick 3 or 4. Might be the case. Definitely might be the case. All right, I got another quick story. It won't take but a minute. I think somebody else pulled. It was RJ Ochoa. Thought this was very interesting. And we'll talk about this some, if not tomorrow, on Monday. He put up the last 10 Dallas Cowboys first-round draft picks. Thought this was very interesting. Ty Booker, I believe, was a hit. Tyler Guyton, yet to be seen. Mozzie Smith, hit. Ty Smith, hit. Parsons, hit. Lamb, hit. Amari Cooper, hit. Van Der Esch, Taco Charlton. We'll never be able to explain that. 2016, Zeke was a smash hit. A smash hit. I wish we could have got a Super Bowl during Ezekiel Elliott's time because Zeke was crazy with it, I think, in those first 2 to 3 seasons. Let me see. I had one more quick hit here for us. Oh, yeah, this was that same pick we talked about from Zach Wolchuk, which I thought was crazy. We already talked about that. All right. That's going to do it for me tonight. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Best chat on YouTube. Read a couple comments, then we'll get out of here. Jeremy Betts, that wide receiver room is deep, bro. That wide receiver room is so good. I don't even think we're going to ever see what Jonathan Mingo is about. I don't think we're ever going to see what Mingo about. 70s Fans Show, a game on Black Friday now. Hey, 70s Fans Show, let me tell you something. If the Cowboys could do, if the league could do a 20-game season, they would. I would. Did I say Mozzie a hit? I meant to say Mozzie not a hit. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to say Mozzie was a hit. Yeah, Mozzie not a hit. So, again, I'm looking forward, even though Troy Aikman said what he said, and I can see where Troy Aikman could be talking to a person like me. Got a lot of respect for Troy. I understand that Troy was talking from a position of a hurt Cowboys fan and somebody who's experienced everything that we talk about as Dallas Cowboy fans. I understand it. And so at once upon a time, I thought Troy was hating. Now I see what he was saying. All right. 4 hours of Cowboys content. Make sure you share this content. If you haven't already subscribed, please do like, share, subscribe. Hit that notification bell. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Let's do that Quentin Whitaker on the way out. Until the next time, peace.